Good morning, guys. Morning, Danny. Morning, Peter. Morning, Dark. Gatwick struggles. Yes, it might do. It can't be any worse than yesterday. Yesterday was atrocious. This is the InnyBuild scenery, I think. This isn't the other one. I don't know what the other one is, but apparently the other one's worse. But it already seems a little bit better. Hey, let's give it a go. We can only try. Right, well, let's get going. I think I said departure was 9:15 local, so 45 minutes. Which is good. Get this on. Batteries. Should be batteries first. Never mind. On. Can go. Chill out flight zone origami students, possibly. Yeah, again, my level of knowledge of this thing is poor, seeing as Gav did most of this one. There we go. Dalaman, goods. 48 minutes. 48 minutes. 27. Hang on, time isn't exactly spot on. Right, no VATSIM, I don't think. Yeah, Dalaman's good. Dalaman's quite a good fun aircraft, port to do. Right, he's done anyway. Test you out. Good. Let's get the EP1. Look at the flight plan. Let's get Navigraph up first. Yeah, again, I don't know what scenery I've got. MM scenery or something. It's again one of the sceneries that I inherited from Gav basically, but it's in there, so it should be a decent one. Ground charts. Yeah, we can look at that in a second. Stats. Departure, where are we going? I don't actually know, I can't remember. Info. Yeah, that sounds right. There are you. Info. There we go. Alright, yep. Good, that's done. Right, in terms of weather, weather's interesting today. Just got no weather radar, but where is it? Dalaman. So a few clouds, no sig. It's all looking good, but Prop 30 tempo, thunderstorms, or light thunderstorms and rain, a few CBs, and that's yeah, it's more or less the sort of time we're going to be arriving. So yeah, it could be interesting. Might be something that's starting to bubble up, but there we go. We'll take it anyway. Should be okay. Of course, in reality, I wouldn't actually take an aircraft with a radar down something like that, but there we go. Even though it's a Prop 30, I still probably wouldn't do it. But it's a sim, we can probably play a bit. Alternate Antalya, it's commercial. That's looking fine. A few CBs later on in the evening. Nothing too much to worry about. Roads is probably a fuel alternate just across the road. A few TCUs, that's fine. Kos again. Kos is a bit windy, but that's good. Bodrum, not going there, shithole, don't like Bodrum. And then isolated embedded CBs all at 236, I think that is. So, yeah, a little bit of weather about. So again, probably wouldn't actually take this aircraft in reality without working weather radar, but there we go. Is what it is till it gets sorted. No terms, probably not a lot. Come back to those. Come on. You should be off. No terms. Something on cruise. Lights. Don't care about lights during the day. Don't need lights. Got the Mark 1 eyeball, that's all you need. Exit points. Nothing is screaming at me. SRA. SRA? So SRA not available. SRA is good fun. Dalaman. Firefights in. Okay, fine. What's this? I don't understand a bloody word of that. It's Elvish. I don't know. Fine. Straight in landings. Again, nothing worried about that. Talia. Low-level wind shear alert system US. Fine. Weather's good, so don't need to worry about that. Oh, we've got other rain anyway. Runways, roads, birds. But the wind direction thing doesn't work, it never works if it's in there somewhere. RVR, yeah, fine. Good. So, Bodrum, yeah, not going there. Shithole, don't care about that one. Right, this is good. That's all fine. So a bit sick met weather, but in that case, in respect to fuel, I think it's probably getting boarded as well. What was Plog 11 something? Plog is, and you always have more fuel anyway. I still haven't worked out this sim brief profile. Even if we take Plog, by the time we get to the other end, we'll be well above the CNR figures. So, in that respect, even though there's weather, I'm not going to take an extra, because I know we're going to have a lot more fuel probably by the end of it. He says it's a good test. So it's 11.8. So yeah, I think 11.8. I'm going to go 11.8. I'm going to be cavalier. Take Plog fuel. Yeah. 11.8, but it's not much cargo. 120, it's not many passengers actually, to be fair. Right, load you up, real time, 20 minutes, that shouldn't take too long. You can come on, you can come on. They can stay off. It's all done. That's good. That was a stop attitude on the SID. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5 and 6, 4, so 4 will do. So one thing I do like about Navigraph charts, which Lido doesn't have, they've got the constraints are all colour coded. Your speed's magenta and your heights are blue. It just makes it a bit easier to read. Lido doesn't do that, which is really my one gripe with them. But apart from that, light is generally pretty good. KQ. Interesting thing about this one, or this aircraft specifically, all steam engine gauges. No brake fans on this, so if we were down in... Oh, that's the cell code. Interesting. I've put the wrong cell code. Okay, I need to change that. Not that I'm going to use HF, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, no brake fans. Weather radar, typical weather radar. What else was I going to say? Some of the old Monarch aircraft, they didn't have GPS. That was really interesting. So they had no GPS at all, which was quite interesting. Didn't actually make it, wasn't an issue. Still easy. Config failures random. See, why does it not? Still, that's what I want as default. Anyway, that's done. Let's have Unicorn. Do guard. $5. I'm sure there's something that I haven't done that I need to do. Probably, I don't know. Staring around into space, looking as though I know what I'm doing. That one, so the weather. I think it's 08 as well, which actually makes it, I'd say, easier, more straightforward. What we got? 0604. 20 degrees already. 1022. So QNH. Two attempts looks good. Let's get this done. Alright, so minute. Who are we? Monarch 752. Cost index, I think it's 12 on this. 20 degrees. Warm today. Well, I mean, to be honest, 20 degrees, nothing, isn't it? So we've got 52, 10, 210, 42, 210, 42, 210. Let's get the winds. Let's have a look at this. Remember where we are. Where are we? 32 on the left, I think it was. 32 on the left, which will be that one. No, don't want to do that. Don't highlight. How do I delete? Highlighter. That's gonna work. No, that's a rubber in it. Let's just gonna cross it out. Okay. Let's just not do that then. 5195. 51. 95. Temple. Wait, no, you should be going down, not up.
Gatwick traffic, Air France 108 will be landing up and taking off 08 right vehicle.
Really should be at whatever, I don't care. That's done. Next one. Was 3754. Bet we can't get to that straight away. So 038, 55.4, so yeah, pretty low. Pretty lightweight. 30. Done. Departure 08. Minfo. Yeah, that one is Minfo's 26, isn't it? Yes, so it's not a Minfo at all. It's at least some brief, honestly. Just an inver. I don't think you could do
Gatwick
this.
traffic Air France 1028 taking off 08 right.
Do what specifically, Danny? Let's get rid of you because you're wrong. You're on 26.
Have a good flight.
Departure.
And you?
Inver. There we go. That one. Inver 10. That's what I want. So I filed a flight plan. No, I don't want that one. What, is it Oddfig? It's Oddfig, isn't it? Ah, that's what I want. I knew it was that one. I knew it was that one. Oddfig. So it's a stop. So stop's actually 6 on these ones. Yeah. Okay. Ugh, don't know where I'm going. Oddfig. You. Dalaman. Arrival. RNAV. 19. Yep. And Celtic. That sounds familiar.
Gatwick traffic easy 98 uniform Alpha entering 08 right.
Solid.
Gatwick traffic.
Bravo and Alpha.
An Alpha. 10. So many arrivals. And at on, yeah, that's what I want to do. I know that. Good. Distance 1572. Irises are done. 1572. Yeah, spot on. Good. That's just what ATC aren't line. So yes, no, we've got departure. That's done. See if you come up with a fuel figure. See if you actually work.
Gatwick traffic easy 98 uniform Alpha taking off 08 right.
9.2, 346, 9. Yeah, so I think it's a bit more than what the flight plan is. Interesting, but what did we say? We said 11.8, didn't we? The fuel. Right, take away 67 tons. So, above max landing weights, bit of extra fuel. Why a bit extra fuel? Is it the wind? I bet the wind's not downloaded. It's not very accurate. Don't know. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. AGKK. So, alright. Back in. Perfect. Come back to fuel. We're done. Secondary. Right. Engine fail. Know what this is. Yeah. AGKK. 08. Right. 78, no, something like that. Can't remember exactly. 15 miles. I hope everybody can hear me alright. I'm just probably waffling. As usual. Done. Fail. Gatwick. Come back here. 0 right. 0 right. No star. Can't be asked that. Oh, I forgot to put the thing in, didn't I? Yeah, you felt, yeah. Willow. We shall hold down there. Willow. Hold. Left turns 28. What's the old? I can't remember. The initial. 284, that would do. Left. Good. Done. 400s. 1022. Temperature 20. Don't know what the wind is. Yeah, can everybody hear me? Am I talking to myself or? So probably 0604. What they're using Gatwick in real life.
There you go, 67 on 109 takeoff. I was, yeah, 1. yes, exactly.
Oh, they are using 08. Oh, good. Well, at least that's a start. Right, that's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. Need to do perf. That's done. That's done. That's gum. That needs to be done. Yeah, interesting. A lot more fuel. Alternate. What's the alternate? That might change it a tad. Yeah, just fine. Good, Barry. 1.3. So it's got nothing in there. Ah, there we go. That makes more sense. So yeah, a little bit under at the minute. It's not automatically populating an alternate, even though the alternate is in the init page. It's not actually going, okay, well you need so much to get there. It's just basically ignoring it until we put that in. Right, okay, done. Done. Good. How are we doing for the loading? Probably not far off. Let's balance. Yeah, looking pretty good. Fuel is almost there, almost done. Just double check my thingies work before I do anything else. Yeah, no, good. Good. Before I embarrass myself and try and put flaps and nothing happens. Relax. Rudder pedals. Yeah, they seem to be working. How are we doing? Got a few aircraft out. So are they all VATSIM traffic? Because Gav did this the other day. He said, "Oh, turn your multiplayer and live traffic off." Because apparently I was trying to download 50 million things at once, which probably wasn't helping. But no, see, I've only got. Am I? No, I will. Let me refresh that. Yeah, there's literally only 3 people in Gatwick, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So what's all this traffic? It's not VATSIM traffic. Anyway. Let's look at the perf. I've probably got a load sheet actually, that's probably there. Company message, yes, that should be there. 8 C. Depends if it's origami includes any default static. Yeah, but it's not. It's not liveries. It's not like real world, Danny. So I'd assume if it was with the scenery, it would have like real world airlines, which it isn't. Anyway, so if you like 55 for, what we got? No. Stop moving. Good, it's looking good. 55.4, so 31.5. I don't know why I'm writing this down, it's literally there. Let me just write it down in front of me. Right, 55.4, which is already in there anyway. 31.5. Trim, that's going to be more or less actually what it is, because I haven't really got extra fuel, so 28.8. Probably be what the trim is actually at the end of it. 22, yeah. Departures at Gatwick. On VATSIM, Dark, is there? See, I'm on VATScope and I've got 3. I don't know. 08 try 1 no toga packs off. What's the takeoff weight? 67. 67.0. 28.8. Done. So that'll do. That's good. Yeah, it's all dry. Let's do it from. Sorry. Right. Golf 1, 2782. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I've only got like a couple of aircraft. There's me. Who else? I think someone's just departed, and then there's another EasyJet. I think an EasyJet's just departed as well. Anyway, I digress. There we go. So 42, 43, 45, 63, 42, 42, 1, 43, 45, flat 1, 63, 63 degrees on the flex, good. Done, 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 green dot, that's good, done, done. Wonderful, I think we're set. Might be able to get away early, it's be nice. If you see a B8 anywhere behind you, then you know it's working. Well, annoyingly, I don't see any liveries because I haven't got any liveries installed yet. I mean, there's someone there on the gate, but Gavin did say he was going to set me the AIG traffic thing, dongle thingy-majig, and he hasn't, because he's obviously very busy with his kids. Probably, yeah, busy with his kids and holidays in general, so I mean, I know I probably could just do it myself, but I don't really know what I'm doing, and I don't always have the time. Anyway, nearly there. Fuel, I think we're done. Yeah, he's good, he's happy. He's on. You can go on. You can come off. It's done. I don't know if the airport vehicle's density has turned. I mean, possibly, Mark. It might just be that. I don't quite know. Still sort of fiddling, but yeah, it could just be that. It could just be. Is it default game scenery? Maybe. Right. What did we say? The V speeds were. Let's have. 1700 feet is safety height. The interesting thing about these gauges, which I remember, is there's a little bit of parallax error because they're a physical dial with a physical bug. You've got to account for the fact that when you're sat, you're not always going to, even if the bug's directly overlaid what you want to see, it's not always. Basically, you've got to set the bug to make sure it displays what you want to see, really, rather than actually being over the numbers you want. That needs to be there. Alright, what was green dot? 220. So like 220 there, and what's V2? 145. That would do. I can put S speed as well. 194. You don't have to do this. Set those speeds. They are. I mean, it's a lot easier in real life. You just literally put your finger on it and just move it, and you don't have to do this. This is just me being uber pedantic because we've actually got a old steam gauge dial which I can do it with. But you know, it's just if you lost all your ADR data, you suddenly lost all your speed. You've got no backup speed scale on these things. Obviously, you'd revert to your pitch and power settings anyway to do that, to sort of get you out. But you know, if these will just run off the static, the pressure, not static, but the actual pitos. So these technically shouldn't fail because these are standby instruments. So they should be getting direct source data really. So as long as the standby pitot hasn't failed as well, it should be pretty reliable data. So you've just got to what's the word? 145. There goes V2. you know, you just got a very quick reference of, you know, if you look down and go, ah, crap, so let me see beacon, you can look down that and go, oh, okay, that's fine. Anyway, let me just reply to the missus because she'll just be wondering what I'm doing.
Heathrow traffic, Seabird
I've done
191,
a stop off.
taxiing runway 09
6:20.
right, Heathrow.
Chips and beans. Just leave me alone, thanks. Right, that's done. What time did I say we're going? All points complete, good. Dismiss. Quarter past, yeah. Well, by the time we're pushing about 5 minutes, by the time we get down there, it'll be quarter past for departure. Do single engine as well, do single engine on this. It's a nice long taxiway. So, Lucci, that's all we need to do. I suppose we brief actually, can't we? Because I could just actually be gash and not say anything. But in terms of brief, what we're looking at, weather's beautiful. Looks good out there. Got the clouds, more or less clear blue sky. The aircraft's fine, not got weather radar. Obviously, there might be some stuff down the other end. Wouldn't actually take it, but there we go. No TAMs, nothing to affect us. Threats. Terrain's not really an issue. 4,000 feet. It's nice and safe around Gatwick. It's in controlled airspace. If ATC were online, do you have an MLC? Probably. Radar minimums. There we go. So there we go. All really below 3,000 feet. MSA, so 4,000's good. In terms of what we're doing Dalaman, Gatwick, Dalaman. It's all in the box. I haven't actually checked the route, but it should be fine. It's been downlinked. Distance was good. 67 tons. So we are. How much are we over? So max landing weight on this is 66. It's slightly heavier aircraft. So yeah, we're about a ton over max landing weight. And by the time we get back to Gatwick, depends how severe it is, we might be below that. If not, overweight landing channel, it's not really too much problem. Landing distance, it's not going to be a problem. Flight plans in there. Old Fig 2 Zulu, we've seen the stop, 6,000 feet, no speeds to worry about the turn. RNAV's not anything in there. GPS primary accuracy is high. Perf we've done. Flaps 1, noise abatement 2. Fuel we discussed. Secondary is standard company Airbus emergencies. Anything that goes wrong on the ground, just stop the aircraft, put the parking brake on. Run the ECAM, run the QRH drills, phone MOC, usual stuff. Really serious stuff. We'll do attention crew station, warn the girls in the back. Anything after departure, just basically climb straight ahead. Once the engine's secure above 1,200 feet, we can level off, accelerate. Once we're above 1,700 feet, which is all bugged, we can then turn right down to Willow. We can hold at Willow, sort ourselves out, but it's a nice VMC day, so if it's something that's we're really up shit creek about, fire we can't extinguish for, etc. Possibly just a right-hand visual circuit, keeping it a flat one, and visual circuit back into land on 08. And do what we can. If we are going to do that, we get the AP on, turn the packs, get the bleed on, potentially sort ourselves out and do as much as we can in the time that we've got to get the aircraft back on the ground safely. That's pretty much it for a brief. It's interesting. I can't open the door. I've turned the cabin off because apparently that might help a bit, so I've turned that off so I can't actually open the door. Never mind. We've got another load sheet yet. No, not yet. I've accepted that one, haven't I? I'm sure I have. Accept. I don't know.
Heathrow traffic, Seabird 191, flying information 098.
I quite like the 146. I'd love to get that, but there's a lot of like hydraulic pumps and all sorts of things. It's a bit old school, but I suppose that's the beauty of it. Right, how we doing? Doors look like they're closed. Why is the jetty not gone? See, why does the jetty attach when the boarding's complete? Why doesn't it? I don't know. So as soon as you put the tug on it, it'll detach itself. There's that random trees. They're not there in real life. Yeah, I've got no idea where this traffic is. Ground services. Chocks and cones can go. physiology. Good. Interesting. You need to sort of come out of that screen for it to update. Right, so what we got in terms of weights, so 100 more on the zero fuel weights. That's fine. So I don't have to really worry about that. Yeah, that can stay the same. 28.5 is our fine trim. Thank you. So I don't need to worry about performance, that can stay the same. Right, so shall we go? Get out of here early. Thank you very much, you can go. That's done, that's done. I suppose a checklist could be quite useful, couldn't it?
Keep the traffic speedboat 191 departing runway 09. Keep the traffic speedboat
So a couple of
275
preparation.
heavy.
Again, this is not
Runway
checklist,
09
but
right.
it's good enough. The aircraft acceptance is good. That's all fine. That's all good. Oxygen we got. Fuel quantity is just under 11.8 and it's balanced. Seatbelts are on. ADRS is 3 nav and barrier of QNH 102. Scopic preparation check is complete.
Gatwick, traffic speedbird 2660, stand 21, pushback start facing west.
2-1, that's around here somewhere. Are you going to get in my way? You might do. Ugh. Who's that is getting in my way? Is that you, Dark? I'll wait. I'll be generous. Thing is, I can't even cut the corner because there's a bloody catering cut in the way, truck in the way. Yeah, I need to get the model matching thing done. I mean, that's a British Airways, which it's, well, I don't know if they've got any paint scheme. Oh, there you go. I suppose we're early. He does it on purpose, yeah, I bet he does. Nick in disguise. Yeah. I think Gav's been in this aircraft last, left the lights on again. Suppose that can actually be disconnected as well. GPU, you can go. Alright, that's it, everything's off, everything's
Keep the traffic speedboat 275 heavy, taking off runway 09 right. Keep it off.
Use Aero's soft, simple traffic. He could, well, yeah, he could have done, I suppose, could he? It's too late now. That's alright. Hope you're going to do single engine, Dark. That's a long way to go on 2 engines. Come on, think of the company. Gotta make sure those managers get their bonuses. On positive news, me and the missus did discuss the third bedroom yesterday, and we said hopefully next week we can sort it out and empty it and plan to get desk and everything in there. So I'm hoping next week, I don't know what day it is today, Wednesday or Thursday, it's one of those. Hopefully by next Friday we'll sort out the room, and then hopefully I'll have a desk. So I'm expecting maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. Well, oh hello Gav. You've taken my name in vain, I've got your track then. Oh lovely, well done, cheers. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything too nasty. So the okay. Sorry, Mrs. is just giving me instructions on how to take food out of the freezer. I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yes, so we should be going to there. So hopefully I'll be moving up or down from the kitchen.
Gatwick traffic, speedbird 2660, taxiing via Kilo November, Juliet, holding short 08 right.
Gatwick traffic, Monarch 752, we're on stand 32 left, we're going to push the starts in a very minute. Very minute, that makes no sense. Right, let's sort you out. Plan pushback. Such a wise... Oh, yeah. Can you delete that last one? Go backspace. Aha! Perfect. That looks better. Good, thank you very much, that'll do. Request pushback. Right, beacon's on. Transponder is on. Going to connect. Going to do anything? No, he's not going to do anything at all, is he? His bloody pushback's always shite, isn't it? Alright, anyway, before it starts, parking brake is on. Takeoff data is confirmed. Windows are closed. PDs of flight mode doors are closed and armed. And the beacon is on. That's 4 sat checks complete. Right, okay, well, let's just cancel you then, since you're fucking useless. Let's do it the old fashioned way. If you work. Suck. Turn the parking brake off. No, maybe not, you're not even attached yet. It breaks off. Oh, why doesn't this work? See, why is this so... Oh. Stop pushback. Hold. I said, just go away.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
So unreliable.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed. Please set parking brakes.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft. Standing by for pushback. Please set parking brakes.
What? Why? Why? You're trying to push me. Why do I want a parking brake on?
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start.
Parking brakes are released.
They weren't, were they?
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
It will start in the sequence.
I didn't set into but well, I can do day. Yeah, I've got golf figures, so you know, there's no ATC. Well, actually, do you know what? I just better check that. Have ATC just come online? That'd be embarrassing. No, they haven't. Good. Yes, I've got golf figures, so I can just go from golf. There's no problems. I suppose play tug driver for a minute. See how close I can get to this catering chuck. Well, at least it works, Danny. You know, if it works, don't knock it. And don't get me wrong, I do love this tool thing, but it doesn't work half the time. Right, anyway, that looks good. So, starting one, engine mode selector is on. Alright, that will do. Stop.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Starting one, parking brake is set.
Please set parking brakes.
I have set parking brake, you can bugger off. It's set.
Please set parking brakes.
Oh, you really are thick, aren't you? Right, on. Right, can you just piss off? Can you just go? Right, if I just taxi so how do I get rid of this knobhead? Right, anyway, that's it's a good job we got the fuel for in it. Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? Blades off. Naturals on.
Parking brake set.
Oh!
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Christ. It's a good job you're not in charge of heavy machinery, mate, innit? World would be a dangerous bloody
Startup is
place.
complete. You may disconnect.
Roger. Good engine start. Clear it to disconnect. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
It's alright, it's just wasted
Gatwick
50 kilos
traffic,
of fuel.
Lima 2660, line up 08 right.
I don't know, Cav. I don't know what I'm doing, mate. You know me. I'm just pressing random buttons open. I'm getting some sort of result. Right, that's it. Piss off. Thank you. Right, let's plan the routes. Let's go Kilo, Papa, and Juliet. Right, you're gone. Yeah, your reliability, bugger off. Gatwick traffic, Monarch 752, taxi in 08 right via Kilo, Papa, and Juliet. Probably take the Golf intersection. Dun dun. Right, see if you move, fatty. Where's my pedals? Yeah. This is listening chat tape. Yeah, well, they're a bit more capable, I suppose, in real life.
Gatwick traffic, Speedbird 2660 departing 08 right on the Delta Victor Romeo 2 Papa departure.
Thank you. I think we're so too close to the pedals again. feel like I've forgotten something. No, probably not.
Gatwick traffic, Ryanair TC1, holding short, Juliet 1 for runway 8 right.
Right, it's down here, second left, and then it's right on Juliet, then basically all the way to the end. Top version, yeah.
Gatwick traffic, Ryanair TC1 is taxiing on the runway 8 right.
Right is clear, left is clear. Get the second one started on Juliet's. At least the opposite vehicle was waiting for us. Oh, he says, and then he starts moving. What's with the random trees? Has somebody let Greta in? I know I'll plant a tree that'll save the world. Right, let's get the second one going. That's off. Bleeds on. Engine mode selector is back to ignition start. Pressure. Sign 2.
Gatwick traffic, Ryanair TC1 is clear to take off, runway 8 right.
Yeah. Go on, fatty. You're not that heavy. Alright, started. Did I forget to do... Oh, Jesus, I forgot to do flaps and everything, didn't I? Really am utterly gash this morning. Yeah, BFDM event. Oh, I'm completely out of my sequence now. I haven't done my pitch trim or anything, have I? Ugh. Really. It's about there. Right, spoilers, that's good. Right, after starts. This probably need to do both jobs at the same time. Anti-ice is off, not required. Ecom status is checked. Pitch trim is about 28.8% set. Rudder trim is 0. Flight controls. Let's full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Through the bus, full left rudder, Right rudder. Neutral. Yeah, not you. You should actually be able to select that, I think. That's on me. No, that's. Alright, that's all done. Taxi checklist. Flight controls checked. Flap setting is config. Alright, page 1. FMA, climb out blue 152. Red on particular wind shear is on. Eco memo is take off no blues, and IFBs are stowed and disconnected. Good, that's done. Is anybody arriving? No, good. Airfield's all mine. Gatwick traffic, Monarch 752s, departing 08 right, fire, Golf. And our checklist coming is give takeoff. Takeoff runway is 08 right, Golf. Takeoff is confirmed. TCAS is TCAS, or TAR even. Packs 1 and 2 are off. Why is the AP still on? Seriously, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just wait here for a second. Can't wait for the AP to actually shut down. I'm not waiting all day. Right. So there you go.
Gatwick traffic, easy 8019, pushing back from the stand 151 Romeo and pushing and starting engine.
Flex 63 SRS runway. Knots. V1 rotates. To climb. Alright, board. Let's climb. Speeds. 0. Right, no ATC. Let's just keep going up. Not to 49,000 feet now. Starting to set cross jets. 340 blue. Weather preset. No, I think it's live. I think. Is it live? It should be live. Yeah, live weather.
Gatwick traffic, easy 8019 attacks in runway 0 right.
Well, all I can say is the performance is certainly a lot better today. No, I'd like to get Concorde. If the model was, not so much the model, but the fidelity of it, if it had like the proper INS, I would quite like to get that. Right, I don't think I need to scare anybody up here, so anyway, lights are coming off. Nicely above the MSA, so go back to 1013. Get there, that goes done. Lovely, on the way to Dalaman. Bye Peter, yeah, see you later, no worries. Now, did anybody see me put on the Discord server yesterday what I did just there, Mykonos? I did actually I recorded a video. I thought I am going to show that I can actually land without crashing. So I thought I'll do a video, a very quick video just to the approach, just to make sure that it wasn't going to stutter and just PC not collapse, and it all worked really, really nicely. Good lands and everything, and then as soon as I touched down I realised it was the default scenery, which was a bit pathetic. So I might do that again later. I think I've put the Mykonos scenery in today, so I can do another video, and hopefully it'll be okay.
Gatwick traffic, ET8019 at Saxton to holding point Juliet 1, runway 0 right, clear Golf, runway 26 right, Juliet 1.
26 right. He's not going from 26 right, is he? Is there a high fidelity Concorde I want to have implemented free black on it? It's just too much. I don't know. It's I remember what was the old, I had the old Concorde on Flight Simulator. Was it 2012 Century of Flight, whatever? I had it for that, and it was very, very good, even though it's probably a bit more simple. Have I stopped the time I had? Since takeoff, and that was good. I think you had a AI fuel engine. It wasn't horrific. It was manageable. But I've seen the X-plane Concorde, and that seems a bit more intense. But yeah, I suppose the difference between manageable and non-manageable, I suppose. But if they could have it where it was manageable, if you had a flight engineer that could deal with everything, it's not quite so bad then. So it's fine, we've got 10,000 feet, yeah, that's fine. Right now, so it can be cleared, so what is we've got 37, yeah, so 37's not going to happen, is it? 35. 350. There you go, 350 blue. Perf. Nice, good. Leaving the cost index because it's not EasyJet. Fuel darts, yeah, a little bit of extra fuel as expected. Secondaries copied. That's the speed restriction anyway, old Vic. I don't know if you can see this, but this is like a railway line going all the way down here. And often as you take off the Gatwick, you just follow this railway line all the way down. I think it takes you to Ashford. That's Headcore. They're always doing parachute jumps, always seeded twin otter aircraft up to around 1,000 feet, pretty close to this departures. There's a student jumping out of the aircraft. It's pretty easy. There's a railway line, goes all the way down, that's Ashford. That's the M20, is it? And you've got this funny looking racetrack building something, which apparently is a shopping centre. Supposedly. Of course, yeah, 1,000 feet. Yeah, it's a bit fast on the approach speed, isn't it? That's a problem. To be honest, I don't think they really greased it anywhere in real life. It was always a relatively positive touchdown because if they greased it, they floated, they'd float halfway down. Yeah, Ashford, this thing goes down to Dover, and then you got the Chapel Terminal there. If you can hear. Your voice, yeah, sorry. I know it's probably a bit low. I need to shout more in that case. Not sure what the ETA is thinking. What is the ETA thinking? 8:34. Yeah, it probably thinks I'm in the dark star, doesn't it? Let's see if I reset that in a minute. Hello, Fly Lilo. Oh, very good, thank you. Let's look at the... Sorry. Can I refresh it? Updates. Yeah, I don't know why it's thinking 8:35. ETA is like now, isn't it? Not sure that. Ignore it. Anyway, guard is on. Seatbelts can come off. That's the Channel Tunnel down there. Aircraft sound is amazing. I hope for an improvement in Phoenix. Do you not think the Phoenix is good enough? I mean, I don't think it's that bad. It sounds very realistic to me. I mean, obviously I don't really hear it from the outside very often, but inside it's fine. To be honest, I don't really listen so much on the inside because I've got the headset on, so from an immersion point of view, I suppose it's good enough. Gotta go, Judy calls. No worries, see you in a bit, Gav. Have fun with the kids. Right, what do people keep texting me? So maybe set up. Okay. honestly, Mrs. Go to works and she just texts me every 2 minutes asking for me things to do things. Right, are we there yet? No. We've got the ATC online, probably not. I know, Danny. It's like you've gone to work, you give me some peace and quiet, bugger off, you know. Right, what haven't I done? Not much, that's all good. I don't actually need that, I can stop. Don't need that anymore, I can stop. Who's this? Obviously 9, 638, 39,000 feet, so I'll be blowing. I suppose I'm quite lucky at the minute, now the weather's lovely over Europe. It just seems not working too hard with the weather. Bamper updates, what they got to say now. So here's an interesting thing. Something happened at work yesterday. I suppose I shouldn't say this, so obviously no names are mentioned. But somebody turned up to the aircraft, and they had an aircraft, there was no air conditioning, oh sorry, no APU, the APU was inoperative, and the temperature in the middle was 47 degrees Celsius. And I've got no idea if they took the aircraft in or not. I'm not really going to get involved in that discussion. But it was 47 degrees, and I think somebody said they'd love to know what the union's thoughts about taking an aircraft with such high temperatures are. What the union's thought on that is. Now, call me old-fashioned, but surely as the captain, it's irrelevant what the fucking union think. If you wouldn't have your mum in the back of a cabin when it's 47 degrees Celsius, You're not going to put anybody else's mum in the back, are you? So why you'd even consider taking the bloody aircraft in the first place is utterly nonsense. Anyway, it wasn't me, it was someone else. But we seem to have evolved into this... I don't know, what would you call it? Everything needs to have some sort of approval. You know, like you're the captain, for fuck's sake. Like, you know, you're responsible for the safety and welfare of people on that aircraft. You do not put people, it's thousands ago, on an aircraft when it's 47 degrees bloody Celsius. I don't care what the union fucking management say. It's not happening. But there we go. Like I said, it wasn't me. Why that even needs to be a discussion, why it even needs to go through a committee is beyond me. Twice as much as my PC. Yeah, it is dangerous, Mark. The mind boggles, and obviously we got health and safety legislation for employees and everything at work. But I mean, just for passengers in general. For goodness sake, these are guys paying their bloody fares. You know, it's a no-brainer what happens to that aircraft as far as I'm concerned. But there we go. Anyway, Macau Star. That's on below. Out cruise. I probably shouldn't have actually said that, but there we go. I mean, what actually happens overall, I don't know. I've got no idea actually what happens, but just the fact that people were asking certain questions just made me raise my eyebrow, I suppose. Anyway, that's all good. Secondary's done. Climb turns for Saturday. Yeah, it's all the rules and regs, etc. Yeah, exactly, Dark. You know, people seem to be more interested in the appraisal process of, you know, having a sign off or having somebody above them say yes or no than actually just making a commander's decision. You know, at the end of the day, you're paid to make a decision. You're captain of an aircraft. You're responsible for the best part of 250 people behind you. It's they say with great power comes great responsibility, or whatever, great responsibility, I don't know. You know, you are paid to actually look after people and make decisions. And, you know, it may not always be the best decision in the eyes of particular parties, but, you know, you've got to make decisions that, you know, in the interests of everybody. So, anyway, like I said, I've got no idea what happens. I've got no idea what the actual result of that was. Just thought it was an interesting discussion point. But I know for me, if I had an aircraft that had that sort of temperatures with no APU, it would start, you know, I probably wouldn't even let any other crew on board, to be honest, let alone any passengers. There we go. Not my ship, not my day, not my duty, not my problem. Someone else's. Anyway, where are we and where are we going? See, this is quite bad. I keep looking to my left because I've got my iPad to the left of me, but I keep looking to my left because I keep wanting to have a look at the map, which is on the EFB. It's not actually to the left of me, but I keep looking left out of instinct. Across there. That's probably a better map than that, actually. Anyway, we're going near Barry's backyard. Let's have a look at Brussels. I bet I can guess what Brussels is going to say on the weather. Is there even any point in me getting it? Probably not. I bet anybody a fiver it will say Cav OK. ATC weather. Yeah, I mean you are daft, to be honest. It's, you know, we're in an industry where, you know, if you make the wrong decision, you get, you know, I don't know what the word is, but you know, questions are certainly asked if wrong decisions made. So I can understand why people are a little bit precautious over things. Anyway, oh there you go, Gatwick K, 24 degrees in Brussels. What a surprise! I don't think I'm going to bother again anymore because I think it's going to be quite obvious that between here and the Alps it's going to be very, very nice. So if we needed to go anywhere in a hurry, we would should be able to go anywhere. Anyway, 30. What do we want? Don't know how long it's been airborne, but 10 tons. We'll take a block fuel. Not that one. That one. $30. So yeah, there we go. It's contingency. It's 500 contingency. Should be 5% a trip. 5 on top of that's 9.8, and we got 10. So yeah, it's looking good. I don't know what time we took off. 23 minutes. Probably about right. Is there something like max temperature the 320 can land at, or is it more like you have some individual system lids to cut handle items? It's in the environmental envelope, isn't it? Collision flying over my house. Oh, hang on. Let's all wave at Barry. Hello. I don't know where about you are. Can I get the limitations document up? Probably not on the stream. I don't even know how to do that. I'd have to do something. I'd have to create a source on OBS to do that. Let me have a look. So my work iPad is basically dying. It's got 11% battery. FCOM limitations. General. Operational. Environmental envelope. 320. So maximum temperatures. Yeah, I mean 55 is 55. Yeah, it's going to be 55. So 55 degrees is the very top end of the environmental envelope, and that's ISO conditions at sea level. So obviously that drops as the elevation goes up. So when you're at 5,000 feet, for example, your maximum temperature is probably about 45 degrees Celsius. So, Danny, have a look at the limitations document in the Discord server in Gav's Discord, because that environmental envelope is there. There is a Neo, I think, saying that. But to be fair, let's have a quick look at it. The 320 Neo's environmental envelope is practically identical from what I can see. I can't see much differences there. There's probably a degree or two difference somewhere. So yeah, 55 degrees. I mean, as soon as you're going outside 55 degrees, you know, you're effectively operating the aircraft outside the environmental envelope, which, from a litigation point of view, is probably not a good idea. Because if anything was to go wrong to the aircraft, in a court of law, you are absolutely defenceless on that one. So yeah, 55 is really environmental, and then yeah, there's probably some system limitations. But I mean, to be fair, those system limitations are probably considered within the environmental envelope anyway. So, yeah, check that out, buddy, if you need to know exactly. And of course, it decreases with airport elevation. So you know, if it's 40 degrees, that's fine. That's within inside it potentially. I think I'll catch up this guy. Put that on. Is he 10 miles? Just see if we can catch him up. Yeah, I mean that's exactly it, Christian. You know, because of those temperatures, like you say, that the effects of high temperatures are not instant, and old people and babies, they suffer worse for heat. You know, their bodies are less able to cope with temperature variations. So, you know, the latent effects of heat exposure, you know, and even cold weather, you know, it's the same sort of thing, really. You know, it takes a little bit longer, and the last thing you want is then a medical emergency, probably in the air, which, although you can deal with that generally, you know, the cabin crew certainly deal with medical emergencies. You know, that's not so much the issue, but certainly from the commercial point of view, you're then having to divert the aircraft and land somewhere on a flight like this. You know, you're doing a Dalaman, so you're going to be restricted on your flight time limitations. Interestingly, I mean, not that I'm doing the return, because I don't really have time to do that, but what is the FTLs? Right, what time was departure? It was 9:15, I think. 9:15, so it's 8:15 local reports. We would have been 8:15, so 13 hours. So I mean, there you go, you're 13 hours really FDP, that's 2 sectors. So if you're diverting, you then turn into a potentially 3-sector day, that's 12 hours and 30 minutes. So you've got 12 hours and 30 minutes to do 3 sectors, which, you know, if you had to do a medical emergency, if we had to dive into Brussels now, you know, that's going to be another hour or so. You know, yeah, so from a commercial point of view, you know, you really don't want to do that. If you can help it, so any sort of things you can do on the ground that would mitigate these problems is, you know, the way to go. It's different heat, yeah, it's different heat. Going that way. Yeah, we're still staying 10 miles behind this guy, that's okay. It seemed like my sim loaded a bit faster today as well. And is that, do you think that's got anything to do with the fact that I cached 100 megabytes, gigabytes, I don't know what it was. I cached 100 of something yesterday, which took a couple of hours to do, but the sim did seem to load a tiny bit faster. I don't know if that was just me or whether it's just having a good day. How does the tarmac cope? Well, I mean, that's another question, Charlie, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure the tarmac's got limitations as well, and you know, the airports are going to know that. I'm sure we had that actually. I'm sure I did hear about that the other day, where an aircraft effectively got stuck because the tarmac had, you know, half melted. Rubber reversion. Guess what to do with the tyres, Christian? Again, yeah, probably. It's probably all to do with the tyres, the temperature of the tarmac. You know, I'm sure Airbus have all, you know, they've considered all of these factors. So it's you know, they're pretty smart guys, to be fair. So that's why all these limits are sort of written, I guess, and they would take many factors into account. Tyres make sink into the asphalt. Yeah. In Luton. Yeah, it might have been in Luton, Danny. Again, I can't remember where it was. Cash will definitely help with your specs. Yeah. Yeah, this is what Gav told me. He said, you know, cache, I had like 8 gigabytes, maybe 8 gigabytes cache, and he said, I'll put that up to 100. Did you cache around? I've got no idea, Danny. I just put the slider up to 100, got no idea what it did. So, yeah. It's 52 degrees in Kuwait. Yeah, it's kind of a shout now. It's yes, Mason. There you go. There's a shout out. Welcome aboard. I mean, again, don't forget, we're not really too interested in the reasons and the limitations. It's not a necessity to know, of everything. Why a limitation is there. From a technical point of view, it's sometimes a little bit easier. There'll be certain limitations of the aircraft, which I can come back to in a minute regarding the anti-ice. But the actual reason behind a limitation is not always the most important factor. All we really need to know is the limitation exists, and then we don't necessarily have to know the limitation off the top of our head. Like, I didn't know what the operational envelope limitation was. I just double checked it, but I know it's there. And when somebody asks a question, what is the maximum temperature we can go up to? I know exactly where to go to just to find that out in 30 seconds. So, we're not an oracle of knowledge. We're not an encyclopedic. Have an encyclopedic sort of memory bank. I mean, some people do, but I don't. So, 100 seems so small now. Yeah, I've got no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, the main thing is just knowing that a limitation maybe exists for it, or if we do have any doubts, we can double check in a particular document and find that out. But interestingly, I was going back to a limitation for the wing anti-ice. So, oh dear, didn't like that, did it? All right, I have control. Aircraft's upset. Right, pitch, roll. Thrust, auto thrust is on. Yeah. Double checking you. Descending, speed's increasing, that's fine. Come off the flight path. No traffic's about. And we're recovering. I'll leave the ECAM warning. Slowly coming back. Automatics should be there. Gently, Sonny, gently. Right, Mac out cruise nav, AP1. Oh, that would have upset a few people. Right, let's just go heading. Let's just go open climb. First climb, open climb, heading. Matuk, direct, you would do. Nav, 1,000 to go. Stupid aircraft. That doesn't happen in real life. Is that a 380 just went over the top of us or something? Maybe that was a 380, I don't know. Anyway, what was I saying? Cabin's still okay, yeah. Probably not. There's probably some upset people in the back with some gin and tonics all over the place. Yeah, abrupt weather change. See, again, the key is it happens. I mean, that's just a simism, isn't it? Abrupt weather changes, but that sort of goes nicely onto UPRT, which is upset recovery training. Upset recovery, yeah, upset and recovery training, I suppose. UPRT. Upset prevention recovery training. Actually, I can't even remember what it stands for. But anyway, it's upset, so and there is a definition for it. I'm not going to find it or read it out, but basically it says something along the lines of whenever the aircraft has deviated or gone outside its planned expected net flight path or something along those lines. I can't even remember. So it's whenever the aircraft has deviated from what you're expected to do at this sort of cruise altitude. So obviously pitch doesn't need to be too high, roll doesn't need to be too high, out cruise. It's happening again. Right, I have control, speed brakes. Autopilot's come off already. Auto thrust is still engaged. Right, speed brakes coming back in. Right, should we strap him in? Because it's obviously not a very good place to be, is it? Right, AP, try that again. AP1. Yeah, that was slightly different, Charlie. That was a technical thing rather than any weather. Anyway, so it's quite a good exercise, I suppose. Quite a good instance. It's sort of teaching us how to look at upset recovery. So whenever the aircraft is deviated from what you're expecting it to do, where you're expecting it to be, you effectively sort of employ the UPRT recovery technique, which is unfortunately what the Air France 447 guys were completely lacking. And UPRT was a training syllabus that was brought into airlines within the last 5 years, and it was to effectively deal with those threats. So higher altitudes, so sort of cruise altitudes, what we're at, and situations when the aircraft becomes upset. And quite literally, it's not flying the way you want it to do. And we've gone through quite an extensive training program for this, and we do it every year. So it's something that's been included into the syllabus now. We just do it all the time because it's so important. The weather's never going to change at high altitude. There's always a risk that we could get exposed to some weather phenomenon that will upset the aircraft in one way or another, and we will then just have to deal with it and just fly the aircraft and recover the situation. So this syllabus has come in, and it's all been drilled into us now. So I'm just reading the comments. And that's exactly what I did. So the first one was we had low speeds, the aircraft upset, high bank angle. It was nose down, so just straight away you go into your sort of memory drills really, and I can write it on the scratch pad because it actually stands for something. So it's called UPRT, and we sort of use this acronym to really help ourselves fly the aircraft, and it sort of gives us things that we need to do to rectify the situation. So the first one is U, which means upset, and that's supposed to be a question mark. So is the aircraft upset? So that's usually pretty instantly obvious. Is the aircraft upset now? No, it isn't. It's flying straight and level. The thrust is good, the pitch is good, the bank is good. Where everything's in the right place. So the aircraft isn't upset now. But a 30-degree bank angle with 10 degrees nose down at 35,000 feet, that would be upset. So, hello Dan, you can sort of deduce pretty quickly and early on that the aircraft's good. So basically you get to there, you go, right, is the aircraft upset? And you go, yes it is. This isn't particularly good. So then you've got B. So what does B stand for? P stands for pitch. So what's the first thing you need to do when potentially the aircraft is in a low energy situation? When I mean low energy, I don't mean low speed particularly, I just mean low energy. Or potentially high energy. If you're doing a spiral dive, what you don't want to do is exceed the wing loading of the aircraft by having a lot of G on the aircraft if you're in a spiral dive. And equally, if you're in a low energy situation or high angle of attack situation where the stall speed is increased, because of course stall speed is all basically relevant to your angle of attack, you need to lower the pitch. So you need to unload the wing, and unloading the wing will either help you lower that energy if there's like a spiral dive situation and reduce the wing loading, and equally it will lower the angle of attack if you're in a low energy situation. So the next thing you need to do is pitch the aircraft, and basically pitch the aircraft down, which hopefully if you watch that back for that first one, the first thing I did was just lower the nose. The first thing you want to do was just get that nose down, especially if the speed's a little bit low, because the last thing you want to do is for the angle of attack to get any higher and then for the stall warning to start going off. So that's the next one. So lower the nose, push forward at 35,000 feet. Have you got any problems about pushing forward on the stick at all in terms of terrain or obstacle clearance at 35,000 feet? No, you don't. The only thing you might have is maybe a TCAS situation, but that's secondary to everything. So you've got UPRT, so you've got upset, pitch, roll is then R. So the next thing is R, which is roll. Oh, come on. Which, this isn't even clearing. roll. So that's your next action. Put the nose down and then you roll wings level. And again, rolling wings level is going to help your angle of attack and your stall. If it's a low energy situation, because of course the stall speed is all that is increased by an angle of a bank, isn't it? And it's not linear. It's, I can't remember the exact formula now, but you know, 30 degrees. 30 degrees of stall speed is a certain value, and then at 60 degrees angle of bank, it's double the angle of bank, and the stall speed is now 4 times greater than what it was at 30 degrees, if that makes sense. So yeah, roll the wings level, because that's going to help with stall protection, and also if you're on a spiral dive as well, lowering the nose unloads the wings, and then the roll prevents you and stops you going into that spiral dive. So that's the third one. There we go, the last one, so you got UPRT, and the last part of that is not again. Piss off. Thrust. So again, your thrust. If you're in a low energy situation where your speed is low, is there any value where on the AP discount? I'll come back to that in a minute, Danny. So if your thrust is low, normally all the thrust should be on, so obviously you're going to know if you dispatch with auto thrusting on, and obviously it's on your FMA as well. So if your speed is low but your auto thrust is on, the auto thrust should then respond by increasing the thrust to recover that speed target. So you don't really have to do much unless it's a stall situation, in which case the auto thrust may disconnect because you're basically going to alpha floor. So then to disconnect alpha floor, you need to disconnect the auto thrust. So then you might need to feed thrust in manually, just obviously being wary of the sort of pitch power cut if you're sort of in a low energy situation. So just adjust the thrust as necessary, and if the thrust is in, the auto thrust is in, then just effectively you can leave it to do its thing. Now the high speeds recovery, which is what we had, so we've had a sort of a low speeds upset, and then we also had then the high speed where we basically went above VMO. Interestingly, the automatics disconnected, which I think they do at some certain value. I can't remember exactly, but you know they probably will do eventually. The protections should kick in to prevent you from accelerating anymore, but if it just doesn't like it completely, the automatics will disconnect. In a high speed situation, what you don't want to do is to disconnect the autopilot at all. So in a high speed situation, really all you want to do is lower the speed target if your auto thrust is working, and then hopefully then the thrust is going to come off, which is then going to help the situation, because then the thrust comes off, the speed should reduce. You should leave the automatics in, and then you can use speed brakes as as necessary to get that speed to drop. Just be aware at high speeds the spoilers or the speed brakes take a lot longer to retract, so you want to really think ahead. If the speed trend arrow is going down, don't wait until the speed is at your managed target to retract the speed brakes, because they're going to take quite a long time to potentially retract. I think they can take up to 25 seconds, which is a very long time with your speed still decreasing towards green dot at high altitudes. So preempt it. As soon as the speed gets below VMO or MMO, start retracting those speed brakes as long as it's safe to do so. But really you don't want to disconnect the autopilot at all, because that should then hopefully just keep the aircraft level without going too high by climbing and the rest of it. So yeah, try not to disconnect the autopilot if you get into a high speed situation. Interestingly, when I got into a high speed situation a few minutes ago, the automatics just disconnected anyway, so in which case we just got to deal with that, just disconnect it. Select to lower speed if you can, and then use speed brakes as necessary, and then once you're back in a decent speed range, then you just re-engage all the automatics back in, and hopefully the aircraft will look after itself. But anyway, there you go, there's a lesson on upset recovery. It's quite an important part of aviation at the minute, especially after Air France decided to pancake into the ocean. And that was down to a few things. You know, I think the first officer on this side, he was pulling back on the stick from 35,000 feet, whatever height they were at, all the way down to about 2,000 feet. He was pulling back on the side stick because it's an Airbus, you know, you can't stall it, right? So it doesn't matter if you pull back, it will never stall. Well, unfortunately, if you're already stalled, pulling back on the side stick isn't going to do much help. And ironically, the other first officer, that was one of the relief crew, he was pushing forward on the side stick, and those of you that know how the sort of the side stick logic works, you know, if you manipulate them both simultaneously but in opposite directions, the inputs are algebraically summed together and they just cancel each other out. So if you pull back on one side stick and push forward on the other side stick, the flight computers just go, well, basically you're commanding nothing. So they've both cancelled each other out. So the aircraft was never being put into a nose down situation, because unfortunately the guy in this seat was just pulling back all the time. And it was only when the captain walked in that he realised kind of what was going on, and he was saying, don't pull, push, but by then I think it was too late. So yeah, pretty tragic. But it's because of that we're now going through this high altitudes upset recovery training program, which as far as I'm aware is going to stay with us for a very long time. Can you put a sheet on the Discord of stable altitude for first case of one? Yes, I can. It's yeah, I can, but what you really want to see is the unreliable airspeed indication QRH drill, which is pretty good. But really, here's a good idea. Here's pretty good. So what's our N1? 84%. Yeah, that's pretty decent. 82, 84% is pretty normal cruise N1, and we're about 2.5–3 degrees. So if you had unreliable airspeed at this altitude, so long as you set an N1 of about 82 to 83% and about 2.5 degrees, the chances are you're going to fly level at a pretty stable speed. So those are just two good numbers to always keep in the back of your head. I mean, you don't even need to write that down. Just 82 to 84% on the N1, 2.5–3 degrees on your pitch, and that's your pitch and power setting for level flight at high altitude. As you start introducing flap, so when you start configuring the aircraft for landing, and if you're climbing or at certain altitudes, all these values change, and they're tabulated in the QRH drill, which interestingly, have Phoenix released it yet? Phoenix is supposed to release a QRH drill, apparently. I don't think they've done that yet. But I have seen it. I'm sure I've seen a screenshot, and that's got the unreliable airspeed indication QRH drill in, and it's a bit of a long-winded process. It's about 3 or 4 pages long, if I remember. And you've got memory items to start with, so whenever you're in an unreliable airspeed indication, just basically adopt your memory items, which is effectively just turn everything off, autopilot, flight directors, turn it to a big Cessna, and then depending where you are on your flight, so if you've taken off, you go take a 15. If you're above the acceleration altitudes, you then go climb 10, and then once you're above the MSA, you can go 10 degrees and climb, and then above the MSA you can go 5 degrees and climb, and then just make sure the speed brakes are retracted. You leave the configuration as it is, unless you're in config full. If you're in config full, get it to config 3. So if you're departing in config 3 and you get an unreliable airspeed indication on departure, just leave it where it is. Don't change the config at all, just leave it in config 3. But if it was an unreliable airspeed on a go around, then obviously you would bring the flaps up. There's check the gear as well, I think, and then basically you level off and troubleshoot. And then once you've done that, you just fly pitch and power settings, but that is dependent on your configuration and sort of where you are in terms of height. And obviously a bit more flap, or if you've got gear down, that might be a bit more power setting than anything else. And then you've got to go through troubleshooting, and then usually you've got to try and identify what ADR, so which one's faulty. And don't forget ADR1 is powering this side, ADR2 is powering that side, and ADR3 is effectively doing the standby, even though these are all steam engine air instruments. These still have just a pure pitot and static source, I believe. So this should be reliable, unless it's blocked. Of course, if it's blocked, then it would be unreliable. But if it's an ADR fault specifically, rather than maybe a pitot problem, this should be good. So you might get an unreliable airspeed this side, but you might get, consistent speeds this side. And you can always sort of back that up with the GPS data as well. It's always a good way of doing it. So you go GPS monitor, and then you've got your ground speed, and you've also got your altitude as well. So you can always just double check that. It says 35,000 feet more or less. Well, that's 35,000 feet, so that's pretty good. And that's got 460 knots. Obviously this is indicated, so it's a bit different. But if you were low down, your ground speed lower down would be very similar to your indicated airspeed. So if you've just taken off your GPS speed and your indicated airspeed are going to be basically similar. If that said 200 knots and this was saying 260 and that was saying 260 and that was saying 260, you can probably be fairly confident this one isn't working. I haven't seen even. No, I haven't. I mean, I have seen the document, and it looks complete. I think it is finished. So I don't know why they haven't released it, unless they have, and it's just in some documentation somewhere. I don't know, but it's again that is a tutorial all by itself. I think unreliable airspeed is fairly. It's not complicated. It's not difficult. It's annoyingly, it's one of those things where you kind of need two people to do it, because one of you is going to be flying the aircraft, because it's going to be manual, because you're going to switch everything off as per the memory jewels. So you've got to fly the aircraft manually, and then you've got to get the other person to sort of really go through and check. Maybe on the next one. Maybe, yeah. So yeah, it's not, like I said, it's not an easy procedure. It's not a difficult procedure. It just takes a bit of work. So as long as, that's the other thing. The first thing you do is how much fuel have you got. If you're on CNR fuel, you don't have a lot of time potentially, and you're quite lucky if you fly one of the new aircraft that have the backup speed scale. As long as you below 25,000 feet, you can potentially switch that on, and it just instantly turn into an AOA tape. So there's no speed there whatsoever. It's just literally as a green band, like a yellow amber band and a red band. You just literally fly the aircraft into the green band, which is an angle of attack. It's very, very easy. But on these older aircraft, you do have to work through the QRH drill, and if you've got time, really just try and identify the ADR, the affected ADR, and as soon as you're happy that you've gone right, that one's crap, you can turn it off, and then you can just turn the data switch in. So if number one was not working and that was unreliable, you would turn Air data to Captain 3, and then you would use an ADR data from number 3 to supply the speed tape for the Captain's speed tape. So, do the tubes freeze on the outside when indicating air speeds? No, the pitos are heated, so you can turn them on. There is a button there, and I looked at this the other day actually. There's only one real failure where you'd really need to turn this on. I do remember a story, somebody turned this on the ground in the snow, and the pitot covers were on and they melted the pitot covers. But I don't think the pitos are heated on the ground, so I'm not quite sure how it happened. But he switched it on, and then the pitot covers melted, and then they couldn't go anywhere. But yeah, you generally don't need to turn them on manually. It's just not necessary because they're all heated. As soon as they're ever, I'd have to look at the FCOM to remember the logic. But just seen a video of the unreliable airspeed on the pilot side. It looks so weird seeing the speed going higher and higher with altitude because of the shrink. Yeah, well, that's exactly it, Christian. So that's that's why the memory items say. I've got them here. It's so when safe conduct of the flight is impacted, autopilot off, auto thrust off, flight director off, pitch and thrust, and then below thrust accelerate, thrust reduction altitude. 15 toga, and then above the thrust reduction altitude and below 10,000 feet is 10 climb, and then above thrust reduction altitude and above 10,000 feet, effectively, hopefully you're at MSA, 5 degrees in climb, and then as I said, flaps, maintain the current config unless you're in flaps 4, and then select 3. Check speed brakes, retract, and check the landing gear up, and then it says when at or above MSA or circuit altitude, level off troubleshooting. So as soon as you're safe, as soon as you're happy, you can maintain separation with the ground, whether that's above MSA or any other point, you may level off, and that's why you want to level off, because you don't want to start introducing bigger discrepancies with the change in air pressure, which is potentially going to give you more invalid data. So if you ever get an unreliable airspeed indication, you level off as soon as practically possible, because that way the air pressure outside is saying static, and that way all your indications, that there's still going to be an error somewhere, but the errors in those indications aren't going to get any worse. There's just going to be an error somewhere, whether it's speed or altitude, and wherever the error lies, whether it's on the FO side, the captain side, or the standbys, those errors are then going to basically stop, and then you can really determine which one is reliable. So yeah, it's a bit of a complicated procedure, but the only reason you need to climb is just to get above MSA. And obviously places, around the Alps, mountainous areas, that might be necessary. Anyway, where are we? Going to be near Munich, Nuremberg. Now we're a bit further north. North than Munich. Yeah, it does, Barry. It's exactly what it does, and this is why there's a couple of things in the SOPs regarding it. I recently wrote, what was it? I can't remember the exact thing, but I probably can't do it now because it's sort of high altitude cruise. But when you turn, if you do a visual circuit, if you do say you're doing base training or something like that, I mean you're in a configuration generally anyway, so it's a bit different. But when you turn, you'll notice. Now I don't know how well Phoenix or Fly-by-Mar have modelled this, because I know there's certainly one thing that isn't modelled particularly accurately, and that's VLS with flap 1 or clean. VLS with speed brake. When you turn, you should see, because you have a higher wing loading, so you're effectively loading the wing up a little bit, because you need to maintain the same level of lift. I'm trying to remember my sort of lift vector diagrams. You need to do one or two things. Increase speed, which you're probably not going to be doing because you might be in a level base turn at 200 knots or whatever, or you need to increase angle of attack, which is effectively increasing the wing loading. But VLS will start increasing with some bank, and it's the same thing with the stall speed. The stall speed will increase the more bank you impart on the aircraft, and I can't remember the exact ratio, but it is something like the stall speed is something like it's squared, I think. The stall speed is squared proportionate to your bank angle, so you've only got to double your bank angle, and the stall speed is now 4 times higher, or something along those lines. But this is principle of flight's aerodynamics, which we learned donkeys years ago. To be honest, I've sort of lost and forgotten the actual rules regarding it, because I'm just lazy and I don't really need to know. But yes, so you will see that. And the other thing, which I said isn't particularly well, when you have, I think it's smooth down, when you get close to slowing down and you want to slow down to maybe green dots on the approach, VLS should increase with speed brakes. And we've often seen it. I've often done it where I've got a little bit high above the profile, and you think, well, I need to slow down, I need to get down, and say, well, I'll get flaps one out to start slowing down. But if you've got the speed brakes out, it's often the case that VLS will then go above VFE, which is 230 knots in the 320 at least, and VLS will go above 230 knots. Now, obviously, you can't fly, you can't select anything below VLS, so you're in a bit of an awkward position, because you can't slow down anymore, because VLS is now above VFE. So the only thing you can do is now put the speed brakes in to get VLS to drop below VFE, and then you can get flaps one out. And as soon as you've got flaps one out, VLS then drops again, because now you've got extra lift because the slats are out. VLS drops again, so then you can get the speed brakes out again, and then VLS will come up, but it won't come up quite as high as what it was in a clean configuration. But Phoenix, and I don't think the Flyby, they haven't really modelled this, because I've seen it where you start getting a bit slow and you get a bit high and a bit fast, you think, oh, I'll get some speed brakes out, but then VLS doesn't really come up as high as what it should do. Because I've had it where it's like, I need to slow down, I get the speed brakes out, and I can still easily get flap one out with speed brakes out. And in reality, that's just, you can't really do it. You can't fly at green dot with the speed brakes out, because VLS will just go above green dot very, very quickly. And to the point where it can even go above VFE for flap one as well, so you need to get the speed brakes in before you can actually get flap one out. But yeah, it doesn't show that particularly well, unfortunately. So in that respect, the sim's a little bit better, I suppose. It sort of looks after you a bit more. Right, let's have another look. Fuel check 10 low. What should we have? 10 low. MSA's probably going up at some point as well. That's still below 10, and we've got 7.6 plus another 4, 5 rounds, 8.1, so it should be about 8.1-ish, which is, yeah, see, this fuel burn is definitely too low. We shouldn't have 8.7, we should have about 8.1, 8.2 at the most. So these fuel figures are just, yeah, these are more neo fuel figures than CO. Yeah, we could technically go to 3.7, but I might as well just leave it at 3.5 as the optimal. Let's have a quick look at some weathers. I'm sure they're all fine. To sure Nuremberg is good. Nuremberg, there we go, Cavalcade. It was windy though. So rates are at 15, gusting 28. I don't know what the runway is, but yeah, windy down there. Let's look at Vienna. That's good. Basically cab okay. Increase my fuel factor, but still too efficient. Yeah, I'm trying to work out what to do, Danny, because the problem is if you increase the fuel factor on sim brief, it's going to give you a much higher block fuel. But then the aircraft still doesn't burn as much as what the problem is what the aircraft burns is a lot less than what the sim brief profile is calculating and working out. So even though you've got a higher block fuel, the aircraft's still not burning at the same rate as the OFP. So you're still going to have a lot more fuel than what the OFP thinks you're going to have, but then you're just carrying a lot more fuel when it's not needed. You know, somehow need to adjust the OFP fuel burn so that you say where it just doesn't burn as much, but then it gives you a much lower block fuel, which is probably still, you know, if you adjust that to minus 10, instead of being, what was it, 11.8, you know, it might say 10.5, which still might be enough to get to Dalaman. I don't know. I haven't worked it out. Yeah, I'm trying to work it out in my head, and I'm not too sure how to get around it. I mean, I could just use a much lower performance factor in sim brief, just minus 10, which will give me a much lower block fuel, and then try and work it out, or just play with it and go, well, okay, well, you know, 10.5, is that really good enough to get to Dalaman? I mean, this is the annoying thing when I put, because it's basically block fuel today, when we did the init page, it said there was really no extra fuel remaining, which was, you know, sort of what you expect if you're taking block fuel, because your contingencies on the planning bit, you know, you're not really expecting to see much extra fuel here because you're taking, you know, minimum fuel, you know, with the alternate as well. So, you know, that was reasonable. If you reduce the sim brief profile to minus 10, it might then suddenly say, well, you know, you're really going to be short of fuel. You know, you might be short of, you know, 400 or 500 kilos, which is not what you want to see, because then you sort of think, well, is there a discrepancy somewhere? Is the route wrong? You know, I'm not departing if I think I'm going to be 500 kilograms shy of CNR by the time I even get there, even though, you know, contingency would be added once you're airborne. So from a planning point of view, it seems to work okay. But if you actually depart with a lower fuel, it might be better once you get airborne. I don't know. I've got to play with it. I mean, maybe I need to do a flight plan with minus 10 and then see what this says on the ground before we started, and then see how it actually reflects on the OFP. Because I mean, that's the other thing. You know, it thinks we're going to land in Dalaman with 2.8. Well, you know, we're already at 3.2, so we're already 400 kilograms up on that. You know, 400 plus the 500, that was the route reserve. The contingency is 900, so, you know, again, that pretty makes a lot of sense. But, you know, I think the problem is, you know, the root cause of everything is just this fuel figure here is just too low. I mean, even, you know, this is, I mean, 900 kilograms per hour per engine. I mean, that's good for a Neo. You know, that's the sort of thing you might see on a relatively lightweight Neo, a 321 Neo 320 at 39,000 feet with barely any passengers. You know, you wouldn't see 900 kilograms per hour per engine with 150 people in the back on a 320 CO. Just at 35,000 feet, you just wouldn't see that. That would be 1,200 minimum, I'd say. And if that was 1,200 minimum, that would be burning more fuel, so our fuel figure would be lower, which would then probably be more in line with the OFP. Yeah, I would rather have more fuel, but in terms of fuel planning, and, you know, it just kind of thinks, well, I'm just, you know, I never really have to worry too much about fuel. I can be fairly safe that I can always depart with block fuel on every single flight, and by the time I get to the other end, I'm easily going to have a lot more than what I'm expected to off the flight plan, because I just know the aircraft burns a lot less. But I can't reflect that in the OFP. Is it IAE engines, not CFMs? No, there's CFMs on the 320s. Well, it depends on the airline. You've got IAEs. You've got IAEs on some 320s, and then you've got CFMs on others. So it depends on the airline. What, in your opinion, is the biggest factor that stops the Phoenix from being completely realistic? Turbulence ahead. Okay, cheers, Dan. Put you on then. Double check. Let's go 76. Completely. Oh God. Maybe somebody sat next to you. 12 people. You know, that's certainly a big realism factor. This is effectively single pilot. Obviously, there's no motion. This is just a home-based PC, so you don't feel the aircraft moving around. I think the systems are pretty good. There's not too much. I mean, there's a couple of little anomalies on the FMGC. Some things don't quite behave or don't quite as work like they should do. The engine fail, for example. If you put a waypoint in, that's already created that. If you create a waypoint, and then you define it, it then comes up with a store. So you've got store there. If you press store in the real aircraft, if you press store, it automatically inserts that waypoint where you put it in on the secondary flight plan. In the Phoenix, it stores it, and then you've got to go back into the flight plan, and then you've got to actually retype that waypoint you've just called back into the flight plan, if that makes sense. Which ironically is right next to us. So that's I don't know how Phoenix would do that. It's a bit of coding, but you don't have to go back and forth and do things. You just create the waypoint, store it, and when you press store, it's stored that waypoint and already inserted it into the flight plan. If your choice with the secondary. I might have missed it, but I think you didn't explain what the little bug next to the standby compass is doing. Standby compass bug. Bug on here. There's no bugs on here, Christian. This is a compass that's aligned with your actual compass. Or did you mean this thing up here? One in the top. Do you mean this thing here, Christian? Oops. I don't know how well it's modelled. You can't really see it because I've turned my graphics settings down, but that's just basically a microphone. It's just a microphone for the CVR. So that's your microphone for the entire cockpit, and then obviously the CVR will take the interphones as well. So it will take the voice from the headsets, which normally that would be on interphone. I can relate, yes. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I sort of understand what Gav was always talking about. No, it is literally just a microphone. That's all it is. Nothing more than that. Who gets first choice on the meals? Well, it depends how polite you are, I suppose, Charlie. It's always what's the word? I generally, you always let the first officer pick, or cabin crew. I mean, you got veggie options as well, so it's always, a crew would come into the meals, and there'd be a little list of things. I'm generally not fussy, so I'll often say, are there any veggies? Because sometimes the veggie food's quite nice. No fancy Bose headset. Well, not company provided, Dark. I do have my own fancy Bose headset, but the company certainly didn't pay for that. So if there's any veggies on board, obviously we'd let them. If they want the veggie option, they can have it. It's often captains will let the first officers pick first, and first officers will let the cabin crew pick first. So it's, there's turbulence. See, why have you gone back to managed? Should be at 7.6. But there you go, it's not a good upset, so you just leave the aircraft to this thing. I would have got the spoilers if it was necessary. Yeah, everything with custard tarts, I wish we had those. What's your best flight meal? Usually the meal that I've cooked myself and brought in. To be fair, the crew food has got a little bit better recently. And it's supposedly getting better again. I believe it when I see it. Mustard tarts, yeah. I think it's just the weather updates, isn't it? I don't think the weather engine is always that smooth. So yeah, it's probably just a bit of a weather update. Yeah, no, I'm appreciative of that, Dark. Cheers. Which airline did you fly? Past tense or currently? I mean, I've flown with for a few airlines, Charlie. Currently with my current one. That's about all I can say, I'm afraid. There's a nice bit of a crosswind up here. It's interesting, I kept a few sceneries for the routes, so I've got Vienna, I put a load of Croatian, so Zadar, Split, but I mean we're not actually going near there, so it's a bit pointless, but yeah, I think Croatian, Vienna, I think I had Kos, Dalaman's obviously in there, so if we did need to divert anywhere, I mean at least if we went to like Vienna there'd be decent scenery to go to. Because mine does that, yeah, I think it's just the weather engine, Anthony. It's not, it doesn't happen on every flight, it's the first time. I think that's the first time it's happened to me quite that bad, to be honest. And you've just got to deal with it. I don't think there's much you can do. It's just going back to earlier when we were talking about the upset recovery. If you get it and the automatics come out, you just have to fly the aircraft and use the appropriate steps to recover the aircraft on its flight path. you ever go near Northern Lights? I don't, to be honest, not anymore. I did. I certainly flew around in that area, but I didn't see them. You know, we do Santa flights. Current airline I fly for. You know, we do sort of Santa flights, but you can request them, I think. But generally, you just get rostered them. And obviously, if you don't get rostered any Santa flights, you don't go near that part of the world at all. You know, just go to Munich or something instead, which is completely boring. But I did fly for an airline that sort of went in that direction, and I think I saw them once. The closest, or the best I saw, it was just a green smudge, you know, in the sky. It wasn't very exciting. It was nothing like you see in real photos where they're edited and time lapsed, etc., etc. So it was a little bit underwhelming, but it probably wasn't the best day. Yeah, I think you're not the only person that does that. So. Who's that? Somebody going near us? Budapest, Luxembourg. What's he in? Oh, 340. I wonder if he's using that 340 on, is it X-Plane they've got it? Not that it probably looked like a 340, I might do. Now we're doing for cruise 3, yeah, we got to 377. Are you looking to keep? No, I'm quite happy short haul, dark. I've got no interest in going long haul. I'm too old and I can't be asked to be away from home that much. LSZS, somewhere in Switzerland, is it? AIG, it would do, yeah, it would do. Gavin sent it in the post at least, so hopefully in a couple of weeks we can sort that out. Right, they can come off. Right, I'm a bit apprehensive going to 370s. Obviously the weather engine's a bit funny, so I might just stick at 3.5. I'm quite happy with the fuel burn. It's fine. Right, anyway, I'm going to go off the mic at the minute because I've got a couple of phone calls to make. This goes to the little boy's room. It's never too old. Yeah, trust me, I am too old, Charlie. I wish I wasn't, but I am. Yeah, so I'm going to go to the loo, get a drink, make a few phone calls, and I shall leave you a nice view. Hopefully, I don't know where that is down there, but hopefully the weather will behave. That's a bit better, that's a nice view. And I shall be back on the microphone in maybe 20 minutes or so, I shall be back in a bit. Radio. I'm back. Yeah, that's basically it, Barry. Yeah, I mean, effectively, Barry, that's why when you're in a little bit of backswing with the automatics in, you'd notice that there'd be a slight increase in thrust, just to compensate for the airspeed bleeding off a bit. But I mean, you know, you've obviously got a lot there, which you're reading. Again, this is all sort of ATPL stuff, which I learnt many moons ago. But how are we doing? I've got no idea where we are. Where are we? We'll be Romania somewhere, maybe. Nearly Romania. Serbia, Macedonia. Bit more of a sort of easterly route today. It's okay. Do config 3 again, I think. Down in Dalaman. So 200 at 12, so yeah, it's definitely at the minute favouring runway 19. Although you could technically take 15 knot tailwind for the ILS, but so this time of the day it's definitely more of a sea breeze. So yeah, 19 is pretty common. 31 degrees, nice and warm. KNH 1005. 2CU, I guess that means TCUs will probably be around. 2 is supposed to be a T. Anyway, let's look at a landing performance. I don't think it's going to be an issue at all for us. Runway 19, let's go drunk and dry. Lower the brake, flat 3. What weights are we going to be? It's 55, 5, about 3.6, 4, 59, probably 59.5-ish, worst case. Better than that, I'm sure. Lower the brake, no reverse, flat 3, absolutely no problems with stopping. Which I should think so, a bit as soon as it's effectively. So you've got a distance here, it's about 3,000 metres. Oh, there you go, yeah, 3,000 metres. No problems. Is there a maximum bank angle of the aircraft? Do you mean the 320 specifically, or any aircraft, Charlie? I mean, of course, any aircraft can do any bank angle, really. Whether it's controllable or not is another thing. Zulu, I think we had. Looks familiar. Yeah, could be it. He was. That's all for 01. Sort of. No, Charlie. It's you can do any bank angle, basically. That's a good point, Emery. Actually, I need to have a look at the pappies. Because if there's anything more than 3.5, then yeah, technically it should be flat function. So what do we got? 3.5, yeah. How's the pappy set up? Nice, so 3 degrees pappies. Do you know what? If in doubt, read the runway brief, or the airfield brief. See what it says on there. Where's Dalaman? DLM. Yeah, do you know, it doesn't say anything specifically in the airfield brief about restrictions, but I'm sure there's a limitation in the OMB about it. No, I can't really see anything, but it's probably a valid point. It's quite a steep approach here. Maybe flap 4 is a better idea. I mean, flap 3 will probably be fine. It's even though it's 3.5 degrees. I'm sure the speed's not going to get away, and it's not going to accelerate on that. Especially with headwinds, it should be fine. But you know, if in doubt, ETA. I think it's yeah. It's, I don't know. ETA on the thing is still not. I've updated the live stream thingy-majiggy. It should be about midday, 1 o'clock local, I think. Yeah, it's about an hour and a half. In normal or barrier, no, the maximum bank angle in normal is 67 degrees. That's as far as you can go, which is somewhere around here. You lose your flight directors at 45 degrees, they disappear, and the auto trim stops at about 33 degrees. I can't remember the exact figures, but yeah, after a certain point you lose your auto trims. You've got to hold pitch to maintain level flight, and then if you release the side stick, it will return back to 33 degrees, I think. Again, I can't remember the exact numbers.
Well,
Morning, J-Hog. I'm intrigued now. Sure, there was a steep approach limitation for flaps 3. Be buggered if I can find that in the moment. So. Anybody know where we are? Oh, this is where all the airports disappear. I don't know why it does this. After a certain amount of time, you get no more airports on the navigation display. If anybody's noticed that before. Doesn't help with a bit of situational awareness. There we go. We are sort of Serbia way, aren't we? How's the MSA doing? Raback. Raback, so that's fine. So still below 10. There we go. Starts going above 10. We're getting sort of Sophia's airspace, Bulgaria. Belgrade, yeah. Yeah, about 10 minutes ahead of me, I think. Dark. I'm popular today, aren't I, with the live chat, honestly. Right, if we need to go to roads, got fuel to do that, it's 500 less. Funny enough, actually costs a little bit less. reload it. If going back to terminal range and move it back to initial. It's not naked HD, no, not today. Does that work, Danny? No, I'm just sort of getting airports behind me now. Two constraints off. Don't know, it's a weird one. Don't know why it does that. No, it was something around just over 1,000 feet. These bugs aren't actually worth anything, really. Speeds, cleans 225. Speed 183. And VRAF be 133-ish. Never naked HD when I'm streaming. I suppose that's a novel thing, isn't it? Try that next time. I suppose when I've got all this set up in the bedroom, I can do all that. Here's a question for people, if people know: can you buy like an office chair without the roller caster things at the bottom? Because I think that's what I wouldn't mind getting, but I don't want the wheels, because if you start pressing on rudder pedals, you know, I don't want the seat to move. The seat doesn't move in the flight deck; it needs to be static. So I need that to just sort of, you know, basically stay put on the floor. But you know, a sort of office chair or gaming chair they look pretty comfy. So as you can sort of manipulate the armrest. Yes, you can. Any ideas where I can get those from, Dark? I mean, I know you can probably just not put the casters on in the first place, but you know, you probably want a pad or something underneath, don't you, where they'd normally go? Alright, what's the QNH? 1005. Done. Just remove the rollers and put some wool under it or whatever. Yeah, well, it's going to be on carpet anyway, so. Can you not salvage 320s? Yeah, it'd probably be a bit heavy, those things. That's an idea, possibly. I'm sure they've been scavenged out and used for something else. The Ames Alu high back office chair. No walls. Ooh. Let me Google that. Lounge chair looks nice. Got to measure the cockpit seat then. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Do you know what? It sounds really bad, but I was actually considering that, taking the little tape measure to work and just measure how high the you know, this bit is basically where the side stick, how high from the floor to the top of that is. That's not so bad, because I mean, you just put that where it roughly feels right, but yeah, I don't know. I'm going to need something, some sort of rough. I don't know. It's going to have to have something, some sort of table or something. I'm probably going to have to. Can I screw it? Is there? There's some sort of threaded thing under the joystick. So how would I do that? I somehow need to screw it to whatever I'm screwing it to. Don't know. Yeah, I mean, really what I want is something that's got adjustable armrests as well. It doesn't need to be completely adjustable. I don't want to spend 400 quid on a chair. Yeah, 2,300 quid is probably a bit too much. Vassetto gaming chair. Problem is, as soon as it becomes a gaming chair, it suddenly goes up in price, doesn't it? Yeah, they've all got wheels on it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's not too bad. A Vincenzo gaming chair. That's just got a swivel base thing. See, that's the sort of thing I need. How adjustable the armrests? That's the thing. That's not too bad, 150 quid. I'll probably do that. Yeah, no, I haven't got £400 to. Well, I'm going to do, but I don't think the listeners would be happy if I spent 400 quid on a bloody chair. I mean, at this rate, all the paraphernalia, like the desk and the chairs and everything else, is going to cost more than a PC. Let's have a look at this. What's the minimum? 10, 20? It's an expensive hobby, yeah. It's a very expensive hobby. 1020 RNAV, yeah. Hello from Turkey. I'm guessing, Dart, when you do this, you're not going to bother going to Auckland. Just cut the corner, mate. Just go. Is it Sonop? Probably direct to Bunan. You don't need to do that corner, really. I mean, well, you can do it, but you don't need to do it. Right, let's slow down. Flat 2 by there, ideally. 180 as well. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm not worried about the clamps so much, because I just think if I could just get like a desk. I'm sure it's cut. Yeah, definitely cut the corner. Yeah, it only needs to, the side sticker and the thrust thing only needs to sit like in a little, I don't know, small little bedside table thing. As long as it's screwed into it, so it doesn't move, it'll be fine. That's. But how long does it take to learn the computer systems on the 320? I'm still learning, Charlie. Not quite. Well, I mean, the entire aircraft's just one big electrical jet with computers all over the place. I mean, there's computers for everything. So, yeah, it takes a while. But you don't really need to know off the top of your head. You don't need to know the intricacies of cabin pressure cabin pressure controllers and flat channel computers, and you don't need to be learning everything in intricate detail. It's just not necessary. You just need to know that they're there, and there might be a couple of computers here, 3 computers there. And, if one fails, can you still go? It's in the MEL, etc., etc. So you don't have to be an absolute tech whiz, because it's just not necessary. Not to operate the aircraft. Diagnosing problems. That's maybe a bit different, but if you've got problems you can't really fix, that's the whole point of the engineers. Comes with a cup holder, yeah, and a pen holder, so you can put your pens in there. Just don't buy expensive pens. I see people with Mont Blanc. I see first officers with Mont Blanc pens. It's like probably £150 pen, and it's in the. And you just think you're just going to lose that. I buy a pack of Bics from W.H. Smith for about £3, and I get 5 of them. And if I leave a Bic in the pen holder, I don't care. Oh, Love Chat's back. I'd love to meet Love Chat. I'd love to see how sad and pathetic their lives are. Yeah, pen holder. Yeah, so little. I mean, you can see the little spring pen holder things, and in most aircraft that's more than about 4 days old. These are all been mangled. And just, some of them have still got a bit of springiness, but half of them are just bent out of shape. Does the temperature work? We don't have this on our aircraft. Cabin heat. Oh, there you go. It is going up. If you've got things like dogs and stuff, sometimes you need it. If you carry dogs, that is. Yeah, it does, Danny, but unfortunately, if you fly over them the next day and they've lost it, then that's, that's the impression that sticks, isn't it? You've got a nice pen and you've lost it. Hence why I just use a Bic. LC bullshit. That's what I call Dalaman bullshit. Let's see. loads of extra fuel. Penny in the electric bit. Do you know what? It's quite easy to lose things. Can you see it? I wonder if you can see it. How do I go down? Behind the rudder pedals. Oh, you can't really see it. But behind the rudder pedals, where the hole is, here, this is all open. This is all open into the avionics bay. That's downstairs behind the rudder pedals. And fortunately, I've never done it. I've never actually lost anything in the avionics bay. But I've had a couple of times when I had a pen that was a bit nicer than a Bic. I didn't really want to lose it. And it just went to the back of the rudder pedals. And honestly, you've literally got to get head first with your legs poking up this way to try and reach around the rudder pedals, because you sometimes get your arm underneath, or you can get them around the side somewhere. It's just not worth it. It's not very orthodox. But yeah, you find all sorts of things, lumps of cheese, crackers, bottles of water. You are supposed to check behind the rudder pedals, but there's all sorts of things that can go behind them sometimes. Alright, just get off the mic and let's charge the work iPad. 1 second. Back. Let's get those out of the way. Plug you in. Alright, that's better. At least that's charged. Right. That's all done. How far have we got to go? Probably not far to go. Still no top and drop. Yeah, close to Greece. Rabac. Rabac 6.4. I bet it'll say something like 5.2, something ridiculous. Rabac. Yeah, 4,500 on top of that. Yeah, 5.3, 5.4. Yeah, so yeah, we're easily a ton up on CNR. This won't be far from Sofia. Sofia would be down here somewhere. No, I can see it because the airports aren't being displayed. Let's have a quick look at it. See where that LBSF. Sofia 300 at 7, so probably 27 they're using. Good viz, but it's got a cloud 25 degrees, 1017, so that's quite nice. Yep, Bulgaria. Next on Russia's hit list, maybe. I don't know, was that too contentious to say? I mean, Russia are never going to get into Europe. no matter how much they think the USSR is dead, it is. Yeah, it's apparently really cheap skiing, isn't it? In Severe, I don't know quite where it is. We'll see. Is it a fix? At least I can do that. That will be. Give me some idea where it is. Oh, there it is. That's suddenly appeared. There we are. Sophia's down here. The airport's down here. But there's this random mountain to the south of Sophia, which has got a few ski slopes. Yeah, China is the one to watch. Yeah, I think that's going to be worse, to be fair. And I was reading about China and Taiwan, that Taiwan is still technically part of China. I mean, don't quote me on this because I don't know much about the politics, but the difference is Taiwan is still technically Chinese, but there's some sort of agreement or political understanding that Taiwan operates democratically where China doesn't, but China could still just invade the country. So I don't know. It's Borovet ski resort. Yeah, you see it when you come into Severe at night. You see sometimes the little ski resorts, the ski slopes. There's not many of them, I don't think. There's only a couple of ski slopes. There's probably a bit more than a couple, but. I think have I got Severe? I think I've got Severe scenery in it. Have a quick look. Did I put it in? I think I put it in. Kos, Vienna, Gatwick, Bal, Dalaman, Split, Zadarsky, Authors, Prague, they're going in there to that. Did I not have Severe? Maybe I don't have Severe. Or maybe I do, but I didn't put it in. No, I don't actually think I've got Severe scenery. That's one thing Gav wasn't able to give me. No, I don't think I do actually. The Severe scenery is supposed to be pretty good, from what I remember. No, I don't think I've got it. Oh well, never mind. It is live, Shadow. Wow. I mean, there's probably a 30-second delay for you compared to what I'm saying. And there's the airport down there. And yeah, the ski resorts Charlie's talking about is up here somewhere. $400 gigs, Christ. That's quite a lot. I suppose that's the problem, Dark. I mean, the thing is, I just buy scenery every couple of weeks, but eventually it's going to add up, isn't it? Even though it's not in the community folder, it's still on the hard drive. Then I could just sort of cherry pick routes. If I'm going down to sort of Spain, you could just have a few French, a few Spanish ones, and if you do these, you could have the sort of German, Eastern European airports. You can always just put scenery into folders, categorise them into routes, I suppose. Quite cheap, Charlie, apparently, isn't it? I always think Bulgaria is a great place to drop off unruly passengers, because I'm under the impression that the Bulgarian police do not take lightly to pissed up passengers that make aircraft divert. So I've been told. Oh, don't do that, dark. You don't really want to do that anyway. Not on 19. Because you want to fly the approach and all of it. So it's one of the places where this is where FLS. For those of you that have heard me or talk about FLS, I hate FLS. I think it's bloody dangerous. But this was a place, and I think that the kit is better now. In fact, I can probably show you this potentially. Airframe, no, that one, FLS. So if I turn that on, now I go to the perf page. Has it done it? No, it's not done it. There's an option now, I think, on FLS equipped aircraft, which is probably better. Are you going to do anything? No. Oh, there we go. Finally, wake up. 01 in. Actually, I don't really want to do this. It's going to delete all my constraints. I won't do that. RNAV. Yes, I don't know where it is, but it doesn't seem to be doing it here. If you've got FLS aircraft, I think you can now swap between the FLS system or just doing it in the conventional RNAV system, which follows the charts basically. But the FLS was dodgy. I mean, the old aircraft that I used to have, you couldn't do that. You had an FLS, or that was it. You didn't have anything else. But basically, what it did is it created what you call an anchor point at the runway, and at this anchor point, it would draw a straight line from the centre line, going out on the centre line at a 3-degree glide path angle. The problem is when you did this with Dalaman, you basically made a line that went on the centre line and it went right over the top of this peak at 2,877 feet, and this is almost exactly 9 miles away from the threshold. And of course at 9 miles on a 3-degree glide path you need to be at about 3,000 feet, so you miss this peak by 300 or 400 feet at the worst case, 100 feet or so, well 300 or 400 feet best case, but maybe 100 feet or so worst case. So it wasn't really a very good thing, because it put this sort of just straight line in, and if you left it in any sort of approach mode it would just follow this straight line, which is exactly where you don't want to be. So I didn't particularly like it. Yeah, it wasn't really very good. I only use it for reference. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, okay. Wait, can you not do that in the fixes? Is that not working? That should work. Just I understand what you mean. Yeah, just do it. Where are we? Bullshit. LFBS, LTBS, LTBS. Actually, let's do TBS 19. Radial 010. What's the runway heading? No, 010 exactly. Okay, let's do that easy one. 010. Yeah, there you go. Should be alright. Just do it in the fixes. And then you got the centre line. But yeah, the FLS was just dodgy. It was just, because what you want to do is follow this, the green path, which is the approach, which is, avoiding the terrain as best as possible. But the FLS would just follow this dotted line effectively, because it would just draw this as a line out from the runway, and then it would just go and capture it. But yeah, not great. I was never really a fan. I did it once in anger, I think in Leeds. I did the NDB approach into Leeds. It was pissing down the rain, horrible night, typical for Leeds, I suppose. We did FLS, and Leeds is offset. I think it was NDB, it was about 5 or 6 degrees offset, and it just flew straight in on the runway centre line. But it was like an ILS, which when we did it, I thought, oh, this is easy. But we weren't on the procedure. we weren't actually following the procedure that's on the charts. So I don't really understand how our obstacle clearance was guaranteed, because we weren't actually on anything. We weren't on a published procedure that's been designed. It was at night as well. I mean, you could sort of look out the window, but I don't know. It just the whole thing just seemed dodgy. Just seemed odd. But yeah, so I don't really like it. But there we go. It's new kit. Some people have got it. Some people haven't. Some people like it. I think some of our aircraft have got it. And if we fly an aircraft that has it, we just disable it. There is a button on the perf page up here somewhere where it's just we just make sure it doesn't use its FLS. That sounds nice, Christian. A burger. I don't know what I've got for lunch. Probably cereal again. Time of arrival. That's a little bit later, yeah, just after 1 local. And I think they're 2 hours ahead, so it's probably 3 local. What I might do is I might put the ILS in for 01 just in case there's bad weather about, winds change. And doing that with Solop. Solop 1 Yankee, that might be it. No. Was there earlier? There was one of these ones, wasn't there? So that's it, yeah. Stop. 1 hotel. Good. Transition. There's one thing, yeah, I think Phoenix have said about this as well. It's a transition altitude. Transition level by ATC. Okay. I haven't got anything published, but I think the transition. I'll leave it as it is. I think the transition altitude is actually 11,000 feet in Turkey. I'll leave that. And this should be an altitude, really. I think some aircraft may have it slightly differently, or some airlines may, but I've only ever flown aircraft where the perf arrival, the approach perf page was a transition altitude. in all my years of flying airliners and the same aircraft from multiple airlines, this has only ever been a transition altitude, because that generally stays fixed. You know, the transition flight level changes with pressure. You know, so if you've got a really low pressure, the flight level, transition flight level, will be a lot higher, because it's accounting for the fact that, you know, your altimeter's under reading when it's on standard with a really low QNH. So, yeah. So this is a lot more. Transition flight levels are a lot more variable than altitudes, because a transition altitude is a transition altitude. You know, that's based on local QNH, so that generally stays the same. But I don't know if Phoenix are ever going to fix that or give it an option. I don't know. No idea. Where's that? It's disappeared. Probably I need to check this again, because I bet that's deleted all my constraints. Oh no, 180. Oh, they're still in there, good. Still airports. Annoy me. So yeah, just going to Greek airspace. Thessaloniki, so Thessaloniki and Izmir, and then yeah, be going. Quick look at those two. GTS. Thessaloniki, a few TCUs, 31 degrees, good viz, that's fine. And Izmir, what's Thessaloniki? Izmir. I can't even remember now. I'll say FV or something like that. BJ. No, BJ. So, yeah. Why don't I remember that one? Izmir is not too bad. So 360 at 12. So it'll probably be 3-4 with that sort of wind. Yeah, good. 34 degrees. Hot. Cheers, Dan. So Thessaloniki is over here somewhere. Right, let's turn up the flight plan at the TADS. So yeah, if you're watching Mark, I'm not going to do that corner. Son up, I'm going to go son up. And I mean, this is like, this is here for deconfliction, so if there's a lot of aircraft. If there's no aircraft, you just use son up, boon up. But if there's, you know, if you're third or fourth in the queue, you sort of do this and then you get picked off the closer you get, but if you're already ahead. If you're doing the same, just effectively going to follow. Just have the vertical profile planning, that looks better. Oh yeah, I forgot you're doing that, Barry. How long are you doing it for, Barry? Is it just an hour, or have you got a couple of hours? Right, we've got 10, 15, 30 minutes to go. Let's have a quick chat, shall we, and get it dialing out of the way. Let's have a look at RMP approaches. What do we need? Guidance management. Direct choosing final lap, that's what we'll be doing. Equipment. Good. Right, so here we go. Bodrum, not Bodrum, we'll go there. Dalaman, RMP for 1819, that's what we want to do. So, this is the plan. We're coming down here. Sun up 1 hotel, I think it was. 1 Zulu. So, sun up, cut the corner, Boonham. Minimum of 11,000 feet there you go, that's the transition altitude. So 11,000, then 9,000, so 8 miles to lose 2,000 feet, which should be okay, that should be fine. RMP 19, RNAV GNSS. Don't think there's anything on there which needs to worry about too much. MSA's high, so 10.9, 11.8, so lots of hard stuff here to crash into. MSA once we're within 25 miles of the airfield, it's 11,000 feet in the direction we're coming in, 9,000 to the south, 8,000 to the south. 9,600 to the northwest, 8,500 to the southeast, over 5,000 to the southwest. So if we're going to go anywhere, we're going to southwest, 5,000 is pretty good. From there, an RMP approach, which is pretty steep. So at Mon, that's the initial approach fix, 9,000 feet, 220 knots. What I'm going to do is 180 knots there, and then follow this all down. Just leave it managed descent. So we can put LDATs 3,400 feet, that's what we need to do, so 3,400 feet in the FCU window, just leave it managed descent. Speed 180 knot, flap 2, all the way coming down here. If we're speeding up or getting fast, we can just get the gear down, and then once we're sort of finally happy, we can get flap 3 and flap full out. But basically, LDAT is where we're going to start our final approach, so that's the actual procedure there. So we'll be pressing the approach button somewhere before LDAT, and hopefully the descent arrow is in the right place. And obviously just being aware that it's a 3.5 degree glide slope, so a little bit steeper, should be southerly winds, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, but we'll just keep an eye on it. If we do to go around, it's straight ahead, climbs to 9,000 feet. So again, that's below the MSA technically, because 11,000 feet is, well, it does say 10,000 feet from Bupal, which is there. And the missile approach goes all the way to Atmon. But yeah, it says 9,000 feet, so potentially we won't be doing that. Might go a little bit higher than that, maybe 11,000 feet. But you know, then Atmon starts at 9,000. Yes, 9,000 is probably safe, to be fair. We just have to be aware that it is actually below the MSA. But it's probably actually safe for the actual procedure we're doing. Speeds, nothing really to worry about there. As I said, approach phase, the approach push button, so going fire lap after LDAT. Hopefully it'll do this procedure. And yeah, probably gear down. What are we? That's at 3, 5, 7, 9 miles, yeah, so probably about 9 miles from the runway, so probably configure a little bit early to do this. And once we're visual, once we clear this high terrain, probably somewhere after Bravo 0116, happy just to disconnect it, turn the flight directors off, get the bird on, and then transition to the Pappies, because Pappies are 3 degrees, this is 3.5, so we'll probably be high, so probably see 4 whites at some point on this approach. We'll try and duck down, get 2 reds, 2 whites on the Pappies, and then just follow them. And inbound course is nice, it's just 190 degrees on the FCU track. So that's the plan of what we're doing. It is all in the box. And we can double check that. 2-hour session. Next week I'm going for 8 hours. You're going for 8 hours, Barry. Jesus Christ. Hello, mate. There's my doggies just turned up. Sorry, you're a bit bored. It's too hot, mate. It's too hot to play. Probably do a short night. Yeah, you could do like a full room. Well, if you've got 8 hours, you can do all sorts. I was going to say, if you're in there for an hour, so don't bother with like your setup or anything, because you're wasting time. Just, you know, get the engines running and go. But no, if you've got 8 hours, fair play, nice. I mean, that's more than we do in the Sims. We only do 4. God, you're gonna be knackered, buddy. You're gonna be absolutely dripping after that. You'll probably enjoy it, but you'll be drinking. Right, so that's all in constraints. So where were we? Yeah, so at on 9,000, managed to send all the way down. Obviously it's got the too steep path bit, so we'll have to monitor this. Hopefully the speed and everything sorts itself out. But we can use spoilers as well if we need to do it. So as long as we're hitting these height constraints or above them, at or above, we're fine. And then, yeah, as long as we've got a decent descent tower before we're at 3,400 feet, well, actually, it's not, so it should be good as well for us. That's done. RNAVs don't even anything. RNAVs progress, got the runway there just for a bit of situation awareness, and gives us a bit of maths as well. If we know about sort of 6 miles, we should be at 1,800 feet or so. Approximately, the elevation is more or less 0, so yeah, 1,800 feet will work. Perf, that's all managed in the box, and that's the minimum config full, because it's a bit of a steeper approach. Fuel, we've got loads of fuel, so enough to give it another go. This approach is quite convoluted, but if we can't get on the second approach, we need to know why. If it's just something I'd buggered up, we might be able to commit. So if it's weather related, then obviously we look at possibly going to Antalya. Secondary, I've got the ILS in to 01, just in case the wind starts changing around. It does start becoming a bit of a sort of land breeze later on in the afternoon, and then that's just the other arrival, which, where is it, one of these, and this just basically takes us, not that one, this one, that just takes us on up Dixor and then downwind, and then we might cut a corner somewhere here to Evelyn, and then we can just pick up the ILS onto runway 01. This approach on that's a little bit more convoluted, it's a bit more serious I suppose. 6 miles from the Dalaman VOR, then we make a left hand turn back to the VOR, because obviously we've got high grounds towards the north there. This approach climb gradient, so we're with 2 engines, so I'm quite happy we can do 5% with 210, so that will be fine. In terms of when we land, doesn't really matter which runway we land on. If it's 01, we'd vacate at Bravo. If it's 19, probably Charlie. Vacate at Charlie, and then go in. We used to park. This used to be the terminal that we used to park at. This is turned to domestic, so this is the actual international terminal. So probably in Delta or Charlie, and then one of the stands up here. And that is pretty much most of it. The weather's good. The aircraft's fine. That's RNP AR, so we need specific equipment for this. So the RNP approach, so minimum RNP approach equipment required is 1 FMGC. Well, nothing's broken, so this is all good. So we've got the FMGC, 1 GPS, we've got 2 IRSs, we've got 1 MAC2's working, 1 flying director's good, 1 PFD on the pilot's side, which is me, 2 NDs, which is fine. I will have terrain probably on my side. Maybe some TCUs about, so we'll leave weather on the FO side, 2 FC channels we've got as well. In terms of the actual airfield brief that we've got, just to cover anything we haven't missed, this Cat B, don't need to choose the terrain and choose the runway 19 approach. Boarding's not permitted when we're refueling, that's why we're going back, so I don't have to worry about that. Operating restrictions, runway 19's captain approach under landing only, that's fine. The localizer to 19 is forbidden for us, we're not going to do that, so it's high terrain which we've discussed. And we've talked about the transition from the flight path angle to a 3-degree PAPI. That can lead to an unstable approach and long landings, so basically try and get on PAPIs as soon as possible. There are arrested cables in Dalaman, but as long as there's no military activity they should be rigged down. There's often birds can be around as well. Specific to the arrival, many star options yet, we found those. There is a preferential runway, which I can look at in a second. Boarding disembarkation is only via L1 only, okay, there we go. So steps are only provided to L2 for emergency actions and as local requirement only, and not used to remove all the rubbish. Okey-doke. So only got them off at the front. VOR's not in from GC database. I think they are, but okay. Cover the PAPIs. Yeah, right, RMP to 19 is the company preferred approach, that's what we're doing. Significant offset, steep flight path angle, energy and configuration management shall be comprehensively brief, which we've sort of done. So that's pretty much it. What's in the AOI? It's preferential runways. It says 01 is preferred for runway and takeoff and landing. but to be fair with that wind, has it been updated? What have we got? Yeah, it is running better now, Chris. I'm not too sure what it was, whether it was just the scenery. Although, to be fair, I was buzzing around Heathrow yesterday, and the scenery, it was fine, so I wasn't streaming, so maybe that was why. But I think it was maybe the cache. I've dropped a couple of the settings and the graphics as well. You can see like the shadows aren't quite as good. There was a couple of other things that I dropped as well, but to be fair, gas cell probably won't need them. But it does seem to be running a bit better, just scrolling around a lot smoother. The landing I did in Mykonos last night, when I redid it, that was better as well. That was a bit smoother. So generally, I think it's okay. There we go. Dalaman 21011. So yeah, again, it's still 10 knots really. So even though we could take runway 01, I think it's easier to take runway 19. Still nice and warm, 31 degrees. So we'll just keep an eye on the slats as well if we need to get that now. Mainly sort of discussed how I'm going to do it. Just to reiterate, if it wasn't clear, RMP. So 180 knots, 9,000 feet is the plan by Atlon, flap 2 there, and then we'll just leave it at managed descent points, 3,400 feet in the FCU, and then hopefully we should be hitting all these constraints. And then just flap 280 knots all the way down. So it's a little bit different down around. It's a bit more to think about. To be honest, on a nice day, it's not so bad. You just look out the window. We shouldn't get GPWS warnings, but I know the Phoenix model is a bit sensitive, so if it does start shouting terrain, then we'll have it just ignore it, switch the terrain. GPWS button off. And then we've got terrain outside anyway, but we'll just look out the window. But that's pretty much it. I don't think there's anything else to add. If anybody has any specific questions, feel free to ask while we've got time. Lower the brake, idle reverse thrust and full flap is the landing config. And we've got another 15 minutes until we go down. How about we don't have any ATC, do we? Full of 4 arrivals, so me and Dark, and then we've got somebody coming from Gatwick by the looks of it, and somebody Turkish coming from somewhere. And then my last graphics card would soon have smoother FPS. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Chris, that's exactly the same as me. I mean, to be honest, the terrain, I don't know what settings I've got it on, I can't even remember, but I mean, at this height, honestly, I mean, just real world wouldn't look much different than that. I'd be a bit hazy, but I mean, you're not going to pick anything up. You're not going to pick up major details. I mean, that is as close as what the real world is going to look at. You're just going to see certain areas where there's vegetation and maybe some forests and the odd little road here and little settlements and villages, this, that and the other, but I mean, you don't see any great detail from 35,000 feet. Only when you get a little bit closer down, you start sort of noticing things, but to be honest, the closer you are to the ground, the less time you spend it out looking out the window, looking at the ground, so apart from what's in front of you, it's the only important bit. What is my favourite flights to fly? The flight when I'm coming home. That's my favourite. Day 5, last flight of the day, get to go home for 4 days. Yeah, that's my favourite. As long as one time, I'm happy. I don't get. I guess that's you mean more specifically of where would I want to my favourite airport to fly. I mean, I haven't done some places, like I've not done Skiathos. you know, it looks good fun, but I haven't done it. You know, Tivat, I don't really want to go to Tivat, but again, you know, it's an interesting place to go. So, you know, I haven't done everywhere yet. But in terms of, I don't know, I don't know really, it's difficult. Because, you know, there's different sort of categories, I suppose. You know, I mean, my favourite place because it's the most scenic, you know, could be different to my favourite place because that's easier, or I know what I'm doing a lot more, or you know, interest in Gibraltar's always a good place to go to. That's quite good fun. But you know, it's not easy. It comes with you know, certain caveats and conditions to operate there. Madeira exactly the same. You know, it's a good place to go to, but it comes with a lot of sort of caveats. Innsbruck is nice and a lovely day, but you know, is brutal on a horrible day. Salzburg is lovely on a lovely day. What airport you really dislike? Oh, again, I don't know. I really dislike. That's a tough one. I'm not too sure there's any airports I really dislike with passion. I'm trying to think of ones that cause problems the most. But again, that's, you know, every airport's different on a different day. I mean, Paris is quite hard because it's, you know, you can get lost in Paris so easily. Amsterdam as well. Like, even though Amsterdam's a really short flight, so in Amsterdam, you know, if I'm on earlies, I'd much rather do an Amsterdam than a Paphos. But Amsterdam is still a pain in the arse because it takes such a long time to taxi sometimes. So, you know, each one's got pros and cons. Flying to Saba, yeah, I could. I don't think I'll be able to do it in one of these things, but could certainly do a little twin engine thing. Story in Belgium: a woman dies on flight from Hong Kong to children as well to remain next to it. Oh, that's bad. I mean, I'm assuming she's died of natural causes, Barry. I'm assuming that's not like a medical emergency where she's had a heart attack, because obviously if that was the case, then they would be diverting the aircraft probably immediately. And, you know, don't forget, like, you know, there's likely to be a doctor on board potentially on flights like that. You know, large, you know, big international flights often get people. Flight mid intermediate stop in. Oh, there we go. Heart attack. Okay. Yeah, well, you know, if it's a heart attack, obviously the diver would have happened. But I mean, you know, this is a different. I mean, this is an interesting thing, which is something I don't really have to deal with because I don't really do these sort of length flights. But you know, if somebody was to just die on a, you know, long intercontinental flight, you know, say they're doing something like New York to Singapore and they're going across the pole, and somebody dies of a heart attack, you know, like, where are you going to go? And you know, if a doctor's on board and said, look, they just died, there's absolutely no chance we can recover this person. And it sounds heartless, it sounds a horrible thing to do, but from a commercial point of view, if there's absolutely no chance that that person has got any recovery or any chance of recovery by diverting or, you know, by getting immediate medical assistance, you might as well just carry on. You know, that's what the flight is designed to do. You know, it's designed to go from A to B, and there's no point diverting to offload a dead body, because that incurs, you know, massive costs to the company for the diversion. You know, the aircraft will need to be, you know, might have to dump fuel if it's a large, you know, heavy aircraft. You know, I mean, that's a judgment call. I mean, you can't just say, well, I have a heart attack, that's it, we're just going on anyway, because, well, you know, what's the chance of you even going to be alive? But you know, if it was quite obvious that that person had died, and you know, there was just no way to recover them, you know, then you know, you would just carry on. You know, somebody could die in their sleep, and nobody might notice for 2 hours. So It is hard, yeah, it's very, very hard, but you know, sometimes you think, what would be harder? Would you want to be diverted to some country in the middle of nowhere, and then you're offloaded, and then, you know, in a country in the middle of nowhere that you've got no idea where you're going to be, you know, I mean, it might actually be better off for the family to just continue on, because at least they're getting back to somewhere they're familiar with, and probably can be looked after a bit better as well. So, 46. See, those things suck, you know. Unfortunately, that's the reality of this job sometimes, is, you know, you do get faced with things like that, and, you know, sometimes you have to make very, very difficult decisions. You know, and ultimately, I mean, well, I say ultimately, you know, pretty much in 100% of cases, whatever decision you make, you know, when you're sat in this seat here, whatever decision you make, I can guarantee somebody is not going to be particularly happy about it. Now, whether that's the passenger, the crew, the airlines, you know, unfortunately, you know, you've got to weigh up the risks and the benefit of taking a certain decision, and somebody, you know, it will be putting somebody out of place, but, you know, at the end of the day, you've got to think, you know, what's best for the, you know, obviously the safety and the welfare of the passengers on board, you know, the crew as well. It's the welfare of the crew and, you know, and the company. So, you know, if you're inconveniencing one person, but, you know, everybody else that's involved isn't inconvenienced, it's, you know, sometimes that's just what you have to do. Right, my PC's starting to slow down now for some reason. I'm just making sure it's not doing updates. No, it's not. It's just a bit of scenery that was loading. Yeah, definitely enjoy life. Don't be too stressed. That's the other thing. You know, there's the amount of times I see people sat in this seat as well getting stressed over things. You know, and that seat. You know, and the cabin crew, they get stressed. You just think, oh, chill. Like, you know, we only have so much control over things. You know, we will get stressed over the things that are within our control. Yeah, you know, we can mitigate all sorts of things. If there's bad weather, we don't take minimum fuel. We take more fuel because the weather's crap. It's you know, there's lots of things that we can do to make our life easier. You know, and getting stressed over stuff is not always the solution. Sometimes it makes it worse. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. Some people find it easier than others. We are, exactly, Charlie, we are only human, and stress does very funny things to people. It's amazing the difference in behaviour. Certainly in the sim, you see people, you know, you see them in the briefing stage, and they're all very, very jovial, you know, very good characters, you know, and then you suddenly put them under stress, and you know, character changes very, very quickly. You know, it's very, only minority. It doesn't have, it's never usually into any detriment to the actual exercise either, but you know, it's just amazing how people's personalities, you know, how they behave changes under a little bit of stress. And equally, you know, the opposite, you know, we get guys that are extremely stressed by going into the sim, and they get quite worried, you know, they're like, oh, it's just a sim, you know, I could lose my licence, you know, I can't fuck it up, it's da-da-da. You know, they're a nervous wreck going in, but yeah, you know, there's sometimes that, you know, the whole exercise is on rails, they don't miss a single thing. You know, you think, oh, you're bloody worrying for nothing, because, you know, then they actually demonstrate. You think, Jesus, that's to, you know, excellent standard, you know, really, you know, well above captain standards, you know, sort of, you know, exceptional really in terms of how we grade things. So yeah, it's weird, you know, you've just got to just deal with what's in front of you, you know, try not to second guess things, and like I said, you know, when it comes to making decisions, just make something, you know, make a safe legal decision, make it, you know, the best interest of the people that are involved, you know, and just accept the fact that, you know, one decision is not going to be, you know, one size fits all and everybody's going to be happy, but unfortunately that just comes with the territory of doing the job. Anyway, we're on our way, not far to go. What we got, 120 odd miles. Yeah, descent point looks more or less in the right place. Initially is 11,000, that's the first level off. Yeah, it's got a little bit stuttery for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's, I don't know if it's scenery. It's not too bad. It's okay. I was panicking. It was going to start doing a bloody midday update or something, but no, I think it's okay. And the weather's looking beautiful as well. I mean, there's prop 30 of TCUs, but I don't see any evidence of any thunderstorm build up yet. So that's looking good for us as well. As long as the wind stays decent. Luckily, still there's still enough chance. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're trying to tell me something. I don't know. Right, how long have we been so far? So 3.5 hours since we've pushed. That's not too bad. Maybe another half hour. So yeah. Stuttery again. Sending out, good. You're probably about 5 minutes ahead of me, Darks, that's fine. Just let me know what stand you want to park on. I'll park next to you. Your screenshots will look better than mine because, of course, I haven't got the AIG stuff yet. So, providing you've got Monarch textures.
Turkish 219, let's call taxi.
Turkish on the frequency. Start having a sweepstakes to see if he starts getting lost. How long does it take to descend usually? Again, how long's the ball of string really? If you haven't got your wings on you, there's been some sort of catastrophic failure of the aircraft. It doesn't take very long to hit terra firma at all, but normally 25 minutes, 30 minutes. How the textures put you in a burn. Oh, fair enough. That's right. Boeing. Ugh. Thanks for joining us, Charlie. Feel free to join again. I probably won't do as long of flights next time. I was torn with the idea of either a 2-sector, because I thought 2 sectors a bit more interesting because this thing's going on a bit more. And then I'd go back to Manchester or wherever I was going to start from, Gatwick, or done a longer flight. And I thought, well, Dalaman's quite good. You know, the early Dalamans used to get runway 19. It's only when you do the evening Dalamans, the wind turns around and you do the ILS. So I thought, if I'm going to do an earlier flight, then Dalaman's quite good because I'll probably get runway 19 out of it. I don't really have time to go back. What's the time now? 1:04. No, Mrs. will be home well before I finish, so I don't think she'll appreciate that. So, yeah, I thought a longer flight down to Dalaman's something interesting. Yes, Christian, thank you. Should have done another fuel check rate. Izmir, what was that? 4.8. I bet Izmir will say about 3 tons. Something ridiculous. Izmir, there we go, yeah, so 2.9 plus about 500, 3.5, and Riyadh's, yeah, so probably about 1.3 tonnes up on CNR. Speed error. Okay. So it's 2 loads of fuel. Yeah, this definitely doesn't burn fuel like it should do. I wish real aircraft didn't burn this much fuel. Burns it like this. What's it doing? Speed. Yeah, it thinks it's going to struggle. Off the air minute. Right. I know I forgot something. There's a bloody food for tonight. Should kill me if I realised I forgot to step that out of the freezer. Anyway, so we're going down. So we got thrust idle descent and 11,000 blue, which is an altitude. Let's double check, make sure that's not changed. How much RAM do you have? So I've only got 16 gigs of RAM, it's something which I probably need to upgrade. So 11:20, be another one in 3 minutes. 005. Dalaman traffic, Monarch 752, descending to 11,000 feet and direct to Sonop for the RNAV arrival into runway 19.
Runway 35, right?
We used to do a really good fun approach into Dalaman. I don't do it anymore because the RNAV. But they used to have VOR. Have they still got it? VOR Zulu? No, that's the wrong one. Yankee Alpha. Right. Only the Charlie. Yes, that's it. This is always good fun. If you couldn't do, well, they didn't have the RNAV, they never used to have the RNAV. So we used to just do this, yeah, basically VOR. And it is supposed to be a circle to land, but what you can effectively do is just descend and then go visual and just fly visually through the valley down here. And there was like a village or town here, and then you just land visually. And that was good fun. I can't remember what the descent profile was. It doesn't really say, but 20 miles, 7,000 feet, so yeah, that's about right. And yeah, it just descends, so it's almost 3 degrees. And that's what we used to be able to do, but I mean, we don't do that anymore just because we do the RMP. Yeah, it was good fun, Chris. Well, I'd say good fun. You know, I don't think airlines like the expression "good fun" anymore by their pilots, but it was just, I don't know, it was a bit more old school. You know, you just track towards a beacon, and then as soon as you're visual, I mean, you know, pretty much 99% of the time you come down to Dalaman, it was weather like this. You know, you were visual. You know, you could see for like 30, 40 miles away. So, you know, you were happy with your position because, you know, you could just see it, and you know, you just know the kit's pretty reliable. You know, you can just fly the aircraft. I mean, we've got away from that nowadays. You know, usually we use the automation that's available. You know, if there's procedures, that's what the companies prefer us to use. So, you know, we're a bit more restricted now, sadly. But there you go. I suppose, arguably, it's safer, which is, you know, the main thing. Right, what we got? It's about 10,000 feet, 30 miles, just over. Need to slow down as well. Keep it going down. Key is just to get a bit below the profile. Strap them in early as well. That's done. Do the approach checks. So approach checklist says barrier ref is QNH1005 set. Seatbelts are on. Minimum is that's a barrier of 1020. Water brake is low, and the EFBs are stowed and disconnected. Let's see, approach checks complete. If you lost both engines, would it be safe to land on water or land? If there was no... it depends on the state of the water. You know, if the water's flat calm, you know, that might be better than if you've got built-up areas around you. I mean, you know, this is pretty mountainous around here. I mean, if you lost both engines, trying to find a safe bit to land is, you know, you're going to struggle. You're going to really struggle. In fact, you know, and roughly your rule of thumb for your glide distance is half your height. So, you know, we're at 15,000 feet. I mean, don't forget the MSA is really high here. So, you know, you've got 30 miles, but you know, this is all quite high terrain, so you know, you need somewhere within 30 miles to be able to land. So that's obviously the sea. The sea's more than that. That's more than 30 miles away. So you'd have to find something around here. Might be able to stretch it. Got a bit of. You might be lucky. You might be able to get over there. Maybe able to get over there, but I mean, yeah, you really are up shit creek without a paddle with that one. Certainly in places like this. Right, let's start slowing down. Let's activate that. Just land one way. Well, yeah, find a nice long straight bit of highway round here, Barry. Good luck. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy your chances. Yeah, maybe something there. I put it this way, if you survive, then I probably wouldn't fly for the rest of my life. Right, so this is the interesting bit where I think it's a little bit high, so really if I'd use speed brakes now to keep us going down the descent rate, you can see how VLS comes up. Actually it's not too bad, I mean that's half speed brake deflection, but that's the most you're going to get. You're not going to get more half speed brake deflection with the autopilot on 320, but really VLS should be a lot higher than this. I'd expect VLS to be somewhere around here, so technically you'd really want to get flap 1 out. If you get flap 1, we can do that now because it's not very VFE, so get flap 1 and we can suddenly see VLS drops. So yeah, VLS with spoilers should be a lot higher, certainly when you're in the clean configuration. Manage speed. Right, after Bunan it's down to 9,000. 3000s, that's safe. 180. Yeah, a bit more speed brake. Just to get down. Yeah, flat 2 as well. And after that one, we're effectively down to 3,400 feet, which is where LDAT starts at. Alright, come on. For 1,000 to go. Speed out star. Oh, my auto brake's disconnected again. So there we go, alright man, that's what we wanted. 9,000 feet, 180 knots, flat 2, that's what we got. And after that one, it's down to 3,400. Possibly, Chris. I've got no idea what they do though, that's the thing. I don't really know how they do it. Yeah, they've probably got a very specific airfield brief for that. I mean, the charts probably don't explain it well enough. So I don't really know how they do the approach. But I mean, yeah, I could give it a go. I could try and work it out. Right, so 3,400s. So obviously constraints in between there. Let's leave it at managed descents. So there's we've got 6,500 magenta, which is the first constraint. Already a tiny little bit higher the profile, that should catch it up. And we can see now where we're going. We're sort of going through here. Airfield's over here. This is where we get to look out the window to see how close we get to the terrain. The first time I did this, I was at IMC in just cloud. I couldn't see a bloody thing. I'm getting a bit jerky again. It's very pretty. So 6,500 by Bravo Sierra 115 seems to be what we're doing. Well, this actually looks a bit high. It's actually a little bit high, so I'm going to go open descent. Let's get the gear down. Let's go 160. As long as we're 5,000 feet there, that's fine. There we go. The descent arrow looks like it's in the right place. Yeah, let's go flat 3. It's getting really jerky again. Come on, PC. Alright, that looks a bit better. They're on. They're on. Spoilers are armed. So now you can just see how close we get to this terrain, which you just really normally don't want to be doing. But and then the FLS takes you right over, I think it's maybe this one is one of them, which is not particularly a good idea. Right, radio intelligence is alive. Looking good. Bridge moves. It's a fine lap. And missed approach is 9,000. Starting to turn inbound to the runway. They are pretty close, Chris. They are very close. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. So once we're clear, we can disconnect the autopilot, start flying over here, pick up the centre line, pick up the pappies. Is not far off where I am. It's our visual. Let's go manage speed. Right, that looks good. Automatics coming off. Flight directors are off. Bird is on. 190. In there. Pick up the pappies. Clear on the right. Dalaman approach. Monarch 752 is turning finals. Runway 19 to land. Yeah, flat 4. Landing check, this cabin is secure. Go on altitude 9,000 feet set, and he camo is landing no problems. So I just seem a little bit high. Miles from the airport, so yeah, about 900 feet. Just looking out a little bit high. Ground speed Millie's having good fun.
Hundred above.
So that's 1,000.
Minimum.
Sure, my ground speed Millie is so high. Oh, yeah, that's not helping.
Too low, terrain.
That's,
low,
come
terrain.
on. Fucking
Too
hell.
low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
That really doesn't help.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
There we go, 2 reds, 2
Too
whites.
low, terrain. Too 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 low, terrain.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Too low, terrain.
30,
Terrain
20,
ahead.
retard.
Pull up.
5.
Oh yes, again, that was shit. What is going on with this PC? What is reverse green diesel? Manual brakes. This PC just cannot cope. Dalaman traffic, Monarch 752's runway vacated. Well, do you know what, guys? I think I'm always going to throw the towel in. I just don't think I can stream any longer. This is just... what's the word? It's untenable. I can't do anything. It's just... It's not enjoyable. You know, trying to look round and then just spinning your head round and... So you're still doing it. Like, why don't you just look at the fucking overhead? It's not hard, is it? This is painful. It's so annoying because, you know, for 3 hours, not even that, for 3 hours and 55 minutes of that flies, it works, and then the last 5 minutes it just turns to dog shit. And you know, what's the fun of doing this to default scenery? Because the default scenery looks crap as well. And I've still got these bloody aircraft around, which I don't know what the hell they're doing. The tailwind, yeah. Well, I couldn't even tell if I was stable at 500 feet on that because I wasn't even looking outside. I might as well just send these bloody rudder pedals back. Yeah, it's not going to be using them. It's just, you know, get you started. I just, you know, I mean, the problem is I'm just not techie, so I just don't even understand what's causing this. You know, is it just not capable? Is it the GPU? Is it the CPU? Is it the RAM? I just don't know. You know, I always feel ungrateful as well. In fact, that Gav gave it to me. Well, I do try and use that, Dave, but... oh, is that a crash? No. The whole thing's just ground to a halt now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There we go. That was the crash.